All right. Good evening. Welcome to LWN Network, folks. Right, Tammy's joining me. She's getting ready in the background there. I did send the link out just so everybody knows. I did send the link out to Jeff B. He just messaged me and asked if we were going live, so he may join us tonight. I don't know. I'm not guaranteeing that. But anyway, we're going to be showing live footage of Israel, Iran. We're going to try to go as long as we can tonight. Tammy's going to hold down the fort. I got a previous obligation I have to go to here in just a few minutes. So when Tammy gets in here, she's going to step in for me. She's got a lot of stuff that she's wanting to share with you guys. She'll be digging stuff up while we're live. And then I'll be back and join her, and then she might take off and head to bed, and I'll stay on it for as long as I can. We wanted to cover the Trump's address to the nation, but we're getting word that may not happen tonight. Jeff sent us a message that said that they capped that. So they also are supposed to be moving Trump out of the White House, is the word that we got. So he may be going to NORAD. I'm not sure where they would take him other than NORAD. So that might be a question for Jeff B. But with that being said, welcome to the show tonight. Like I said, it's going to be a little bit of just kind of shooting from the hip. We really didn't plan anything. It just kind of started. Everything's evolving in the last few days. Wanted to do a show. I've just been really busy, and so Tammy had to go through 2 weeks of rebuilding computers, and she's kind of set up and ready to go. But she's ready to do the show for you tonight. So welcome again. If you haven't hit that like button, hit the like button, subscribe. We've been around for a few years now. This is like season number 5, and we're excited to see what's going to happen here. So let me see if Tammy's ready. She looks ready. She's in the backstage. Tammy, can you give me a thumbs up if you're ready? Because I don't want to bring you out. Okay, let's go ahead and bring Tammy.
I'm fine.
Tammy, how's it going?
How are you? I'm excited about doing this tonight. Like you said, we're shooting from the hip, but I think it's very important that we be on and be able to share this with everybody as a community. It has been 4 or more long years that we've been, I think, leading up to what we're starting to see today in the last few days, and things are only apparently going to ramp up. So like I said, I don't still have all my equipment fully functional, you guys. I'm still waiting for another part or two, but I'm going to do the best I can tonight for everyone and just share in the community. So, and wait and see if Trump does do some kind of statement or something. And
Absolutely.
LW, like you said, he'll be back later.
Yeah.
He's got
Matter of fact, I gotta run right now.
Go ahead and go.
T-minus 20 minutes, but let's go ahead before I leave. Let's pull up the cameras so everybody can see as we're watching live. We're watching Israel, Iran, Skylines live. We're pulling this off of another YouTube feed because our producer is not here at the moment. So we're hoping that they show up a little bit later and they can pull some other cameras for us, put it up on the screen so we're not having to borrow somebody else's from YouTube. But this is all we got at the moment. And so here's the skyline for Iran and Israel. I'm going to bow out. Love you all.
Okay.
See you here in roughly about 2 hours, I would imagine. And Tammy's going to keep going. And then I will go ahead and give her a break when I get back, and we'll just keep rolling for as long as we can. So good luck to you, Tammy.
Thanks. We'll see you later. Take care.
Bye.
So yeah, you guys, he did call a lid, and I think that is because they are transporting him wherever they plan on transporting the president, because they did not want him at the White House. They want him safe and secure somewhere. Now, we know that a lot has been transpiring over the last week or so, and one of them just came out with the Ayatollah. And he put a statement out on X that said, "We must give a strong response to the terrorist Zionist regime. We will show the Zionists no mercy." Now, who does he mean? He means Israel with that. We know that Trump has been out there saying that we did not want to be involved in this, but he also said he gave Iran a chance, 60 days, to come to the negotiation table. there's been word recently that he wanted to come to the negotiation table. Iran did, but Trump came out with another statement and said he's not going to negotiate. It's too late. So there are a lot of moving parts in this that are ever changing. We also know that China has been moving some ships as well and some transporters as well. There's rumors that they may be getting involved. So there is a whole bunch that is going on that we are trying to keep up with, definitely. So I'm going to go ahead and share some of the Truth Social details from President Trump. And we're going to just scroll through his feed here. And he talks about right here how he says unconditional surrender. That was the most recent one. Now, this was 6 hours ago, I believe. And what he's saying is that he means that it is unconditional. There is not going to be any negotiation. It's not just going to be a pause in the ceasefire. He wants an unconditional surrender. So we're going to see how that works out. I don't think that's going to be happening anytime soon. We would hope that that would happen. But, you guys, you've seen, like I said, this has been changing consistently. Each and every moment, it seems like more and more is coming out there and to true fruition. So as we scroll through more of the Truth Social media post, President Trump did say, we know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but it is safe there. We are not going to take him out, KILL him, at least not for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So that's another social media post that Trump posted. And for anybody saying that Trump said one thing and he's doing another is not true, because we know that the president has been giving them all this time 60 days to negotiate or do something. And they didn't do it. They started firing back and forth and back and forth. And it has just grown to this beast that it's become. And if you look and watch what has been going on in Israel with, like I said, you look at these live videos here, it is constant between Tel Aviv and Israel. It is all that kind of stuff. So it's very disheartening because you see the people, the innocent people that are affected by this. And President Trump has been wanting to be a peaceful president. He wanted to negotiate, and these guys don't want to negotiate. And it seems like it accelerated out of nowhere. And if you guys remember, Benjamin Netanyahu did say that we do not need the United States in this. At one point, he was upset with the United States. So now he's saying that thank you to the United States for help. He said that a few days ago, but the president came out and said, this was not us. We had nothing to do with the attack on Iran. So, this has been changing left and right. People are twisting things. So we have to make sure we stay diligent in our due cause to understand fully what is really going on here. Now, there was a statement that came out with Mike Huckabee that I thought was very poignant, talking about the president and how, good the president is and what he's been saying. And the message that Mike Huckabee said to the president that he put out there said, Mr. President, God spared you in Butler, Pennsylvania, to be the most consequential president in a century, maybe ever. The decisions on your shoulders I would not want to be made by anyone else. You have many voices speaking to you, sir, but there is only one voice that matters, his voice. I am your appointed servant in this land, and am available for you, but I do not try to get in your presence often because I trust your instincts. No president in my lifetime has been in a position like yours, not since Truman in 1945. I don't reach out to persuade you, only to encourage you. I believe you were here from heaven, and that voice is far more important than mine or anyone else's. You sent me to Israel to be your eyes, ears, and voice, and to make sure our flag flies above our embassy. My job is to be the last one to leave. I will not abandon this post. Our flag will not come down. You did not seek this moment. This moment sought you. It is my honor to serve you, Mike Huckabee. And I thought that was a beautiful, wonderful statement that he had to say about the president and about his position. And in reality, nobody wants to be in this position at all. We know that all along between Ukraine and Russia, the president has been doing everything that he can do to negotiate and get people to settle down. And if we could only control people in the sense of wanting to have a conversation instead of firing what they're doing with all these missiles and whatnot. There's been a lot of propaganda out there already on both sides. There's been a lot of people that are now suddenly coming out against President Trump. I know that the big one was Tucker. People are going after Tucker Carlson because he's not agreeing with what's going on with the decisions that are being made. But the reality is you're allowed to not agree. It doesn't mean that you're flipping. It means that, maybe sometimes you don't say things the right way or the best way. You just want peace in the country. You want peace in the world. And you want to avoid war. You want to encourage to avoid war. Some people on the other side are saying we need to have this war. We need to end it one and done. We need to make it big. We need to wipe it out, and because we're going to just have to deal with it a few years down the road. So there's a much controversy out there. And we know the Middle East has been turbulent all along. So it is just very challenging times. It is very uncertain times. And we need to keep in prayer and hope for the people that are affected by this in Israel and Iran. There's innocent people on both sides of the coin here. And pray for them because they didn't ask for this. It's these political leaders. It's these people that want to keep power and control in their way or the highway. We should be negotiating and talking. We shouldn't be firing missiles and the things that we're doing. And for the Ayatollah to come out recently, it was just about 42 minutes ago, and say that the Zionist, who he means Israel, is going to pay the price. And he also posted something like, it is on, it's beginning. So tonight was supposed to be a big thing going on with Israel and Iran. The Ayatollah had made a statement about that. That's very disheartening as well. When we see the maneuvers that are going on with the president coming back from the summit early, and then he was going to give the, talk to, I heard first at Congress, he was going to speak to Congress. Then I heard he was going to speak to the American people. And now that's a lid on it. That's very concerning. So it is very concerning. You guys in chat, thank you so much for talking and participating in this tonight. If you hear anything, if I'm not catching it on all these tabs I have open about the president ended up putting something out there, let me know. But I'm going to be scrolling through stuff. And if I don't catch it, you guys will catch it for me. I want to say hi and welcome to everybody that is just joining maybe now. And there are, I heard Harvest Mary Moon, planes sent to intercept anything headed our way, not to help in the war. I heard that too. We were told also by Jeff B. there were fueling tanks that went out over there as well. Some are, some people were saying that it was some Trident exposition or training or something that was going on. And other people said it was to help over there. And the thing is, it could be both things because the Trident thing's going on in the last part of June. So that might have been part of it. But they also said they sent so many that some of them could be part of that Trident thing. And the other ones are the refuelers to aid and help. So yes, if we are helping with refueling and stuff, that is one thing. But people like to take things and twist them and run with them. And the president doesn't want our people involved. He doesn't want our people harmed. He doesn't want their people harmed. Like I said, he keeps trying to negotiate and get people to settle down, and they're not listening. They're not wanting to come to the table, and things keep, like I said, going crazy. There's been a lot of attacks, and they keep continuing. Let's go back to the skyline here, and we can see the different things going on if there's anything that comes in. But it has just been, I've been watching it 24/7, even though I haven't been on the air. And like I said, it's just very concerning. It's just, doesn't it seem, you guys, like this came out of nowhere? Everything was quiet, and then all of a sudden it increased, and then it became this big thing where everybody's getting involved. And excuse me, it's almost like it is the beginning of World War III. Then, if you guys, I don't know if you saw or not, the No Kings protest. Now, that was across the country as well. I did keep track of that and watched a lot of that as well. Here in my own state, there were a lot of people that showed up, but it wasn't horrible. That the protest did not go as bad as I think that we all thought it was going to be. And when Michelle C's talking about sleeper cells, I totally agree with you 100%. Bernie Karanek, who was the police commissioner during 9/11, did warn people and said that that's what they're going to do. That is their new way of war. Is they're going to have sleeper cells planted in different parts of the world, and they're going to just go off in public areas like, festivals or fairs or grocery stores or anywhere that people gather, and to try to scare people and terrorize people. And we've seen some of that happening. So I agree with you that they are here. I don't know if they've been activated for sure or not. This is very calm and quiet for us here so far. Almost concerning to me, because I know that there are different things that are planted here. There are people here. It's almost like they're waiting for that call to go off and do what they're going to do. However, in Iran, they have knocked down a lot of the ballistic missile launchers. I think there's multiple that they knocked down, so they are hurting because they can't launch as many. Last night, Israel expected hundreds of attacks, and there were only tens of attacks. So it was a lot less frequent and less strong than what they thought it was going to be, which is a good thing. So I think there's been some damage as well. That, I think that we've all been expecting something like this eventually, but now it's here and it almost seems surreal. I do believe as well that is going to work out. I do believe, I really believe it's going to be all or nothing, to tell you the truth. That's just my opinion. I think we have to wipe it all out and make sure that these people aren't in control again, because if it's just a temporary thing, it's going to be a temporary fix, which means we're going to have to deal with this years down the road again. Who knows how long? I know that it was positive that a lot of the head Iranian military leaders and scientists, nuclear scientists, were taken out right off the get-go. It was very strategic. And they also took out the newscast and the internet and the media. At one point, there was a lady that was broadcasting live, and then it just cut out. So I know that they've been very strategic about everything that they've been trying to do. It's just very disconcerting. And Iran did harvest Mary Moon. It was actually, I think, the Ayatollah that said that, and I read that, I think, at the beginning of the show, that he said that that's very true. Tonight is going to be something big. It's going to be talked about for centuries. I will actually go to the exact statement again and find it. It was put out by him. Oh, he's saying too, one day ago, he said, help from Allah and the imminent conquest. The Islamic Republic will triumph over the Zionist regime by the will of God. So he's talking about God as well, only in a different way here. So it is very deep. It is very concerning. But he did say it is going to be a big, huge deal tonight. So we're waiting patiently to see if anything does come to fruition with President Trump, or if he's done. Jeff B., remember the guy that came across the border and said, you will know me soon? Forgot about that. Didn't realize that. No. So those are the part of the sleeper cells, I think. Oh, yeah, Jeff B., Kash Patel did do that. That's another big breaking thing. Kash Patel delivered the fake ballots and IDs from the 2020 to Senator Grassley. Also, Mike Lindell did indeed win his court case today. He's free and clear, and he decided to take it to court. It was a 2-year-long battle. about the ballots and about everything that he had put out there. And he won today. So that's a very important thing to remember, that he has been cleared of all charges. That's a wonderful thing. And actually, I'm going to look at my Facebook, and I think I posted it on here, and we can look through some of this stuff that I posted, because this is how I keep track of this stuff. Here it is right here. So it was a press release today. Here we go. So Mike Lindell, vindicated in the defamation trial, and MyPillow pays $0, fully exonerated. Let me see. There it is. I want to make sure that you guys can see it. And it says, in a major free speech victory, Mike Lindell refused to settle and took the case to trial. The result: no malice, no punitive damages, no conspiracy. MyPillow is completely cleared of liability. While media corporations paid hundreds of millions of dollars to avoid trial, Lindell stood firm and won. Eric Coomer sought over $60 million. The jury awarded him less than 5% and nothing from MyPillow. Lindell was in court for over 2 years, 2 weeks, defending his right to speak freely on issues millions of Americans care about. The jury found no evidence of malice, no grounds for punitive damages, and zero conspiracy. This case wasn't just about Lindell. It was about whether Americans still have the right to question what they believe needs scrutiny. The jury answered yes. Free speech won. Intimidation, lawfare lost. So there were a lot of people out there that were making fun of Lindell for a very long time, and thinking that, he should just give it up, or didn't believe what he had to bring to fruition. Now, you guys were well aware that LWNI did go to the Lindell event in Missouri a few years back, and it was incredible at the information he had. And yes, Cindy D, that was MyPillow, but Mike has had to pay $2.9 million. Yes. So I think that it's amazing that we saw him stand strong in his beliefs and everything he put together. These are the people that, like I said, just because something doesn't happen right away doesn't mean it's not going to happen. And he fought the good fight. A lot of these people have been fighting for a very long time. And it's amazing. We have to give them credit for standing strong and standing true to what their beliefs are, the money and time and effort that they spend on their own to be able to fight for what is right in this country. Yes, the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem is closed until 20th. I did see that as well. Jeff B., thanks for sharing that. And it is good to see some familiar names in here. So it is wonderful to hear you guys and see you guys. It's just good to be back in the seat again. So also some other things that are coming out. There is a page on X as well, and it does show as far as maybe if official Iranian government with having nukes. They're saying maybe, and on a X social media post, there is somebody that is holding in their hands, stroking a bomb with nuclear markings on it. So Jeff B. did supply that to LWNI today. And so we don't know. They're gonna obviously try every scare tactic and threaten and say maybe and get us all worried and wondering. But President Trump has said all along, you cannot have nukes. No way, shape, or form. There's no reason for you guys to have nukes. So that's important to pay attention to all the opportunity that they have and the actions they took. And it's crazy. It's crazy that they decided not to talk, and now they want to talk last minute, and it's just not going to work. So as we scroll down more of the page here, what did I want to show you guys as well? What did I want to show you? I think, was this it? Oh, that's something else. I don't want to show that. I just think that it's wonderful that everybody is sticking together. Everybody's staying calm. Everybody is trying to communicate with one another. everybody's trying to keep each other strong, and it's so important to do. It really is. So I'm going to show you this. This is a statement that President Trump put out off of Air Force One, and it was posted. I had it posted a few hours ago.
Yeah, they should have done the deal.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this.
The cities have been plundered, bases that lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in the mood to negotiate.
So I'll let that play one more time because it kind of cut off because the volume wasn't up. Let's go again.
I told them to do the deal. They should have done the deal. The cities have been plundered, bases that lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in the mood to negotiate.
So that was President Trump on Air Force One as he left the G7 summit. And he was talking about Iran there, that he's not in the mood to negotiate. They had their chance and they didn't do it. So he's put everything out there and he's been very candid in everything that he said he was going to do. He's doing it. He said they will have a heavy price to pay if they didn't negotiate, if they didn't stop building the nukes. And then there was controversy out there as well that Tulsi Gabbard a while back, I think it was in April or March, had stated something like, well, they don't have nukes. They stopped their nuke program in 2015 or 2005 or whatever it was. So people were putting that out there saying, well, she said they didn't have nukes. So why is Trump saying they do have nukes, Iran? Well, if you guys remember, I did report on Headline Hits. There were a bunch of nuke facilities that they found that they had been working on and that they just didn't discover yet. There were a few of them. And so that's where the discrepancy became. She said they didn't have them at the time. Maybe she didn't think they did, but then they discovered ones that were obviously there and they'd been working on. So that's what I mean. Things are fluid. We discover new things. We have to give grace and patience to the people out there that are trying to give us the best, most accurate information possible. It's not like Iran is just going to come out and say, yeah, we have them, let's go, and not listening because they know what's going to happen to them if they do. So what's going on with Kristi Noem? Kristi Noem was rushed to the hospital. An allergic reaction to what? I didn't hear that one. So let's listen to this with Donald Trump, too. This is another thing that he put out there recently. So right here, this is what I like. It was a little collage of things that he's put out there recently. And it says, we now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to the American-made, conceived and manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA. So once again, sharing some optimism there, some strength there. In reality, guys, when we voted for Trump, I think that this is what we voted for. We voted for him to make sure that he takes care of the United States of America and puts America first. We may not all agree on the way it's being done, and some of us do agree with the way it's being done. But having a confident leader, a strong leader who, like I said, he's been trying to have peace. He's been developing conversations, and people said, knocked him for it, saying you're buddies with these people. No, he's trying to make sure that the world is peaceful. Like I said, a lot of people don't like him, but can you imagine if Biden was in charge right now, or Kamala? What kind of shape would we be in? I shudder to even think about what kind of shape that we would be in if they were the leaders at this point in time. I'm very thankful that we have a president that is willing to stand up and stick up for us, and that is trying to negotiate with everybody, trying to create peace. So let's go ahead and go back to this screen here. We're going to share the live cameras and see if there's anything going on with that. Again. So we've got the Jerusalem city skyline. We've got various skylines on the top left through Tel Aviv and the surrounding areas. And it's looking kind of quiet at this point in time. These are raw live streams from this channel. And it seems like it's quiet at this point. But I don't know that they've put out any more warnings for Israel or anybody else to move out. Let's see. Through social. Let's see if President Trump put anything more out. Donald. Okay, let me see. So there is a little something about from the G7. Let's go ahead and I will share this and let's see what this is
Elon
about.
Musk, John, has shared a drug test. The results on X, it's pretty incredible. He put this out on X. It's pretty transparent, and his commentary was completely clean. LOL. This is in response, of course, to the accusation that he's on drugs, including a New York Times headline that from May that read, "On the campaign trail, Elon Musk juggled drugs and family drama." While John's giving us his answer to what exactly is going on here, I wouldn't mind giving a deep dive here on what drugs were on that drug test. I want to know exactly what came back negative.
Yeah, I'd like to see it too. I think it said they're focused on a couple, and I would be like, what about what you're seeing from me? Why did you guys focus on those? I mean, I can look back through my life. The eras when I was being drug tested weren't my proudest ones. I don't think anybody, if everybody looks back at their life, they're like, dude, when was I drug tested? You're like, oh, I wasn't in a great spot. I think everyone could say, but yeah, releasing it on your own social media platform, transparency wise is a little, I mean, I'm in downtown New York City. You can go get a drug test on every street corner because there's a medicinal shop next door. I feel like Elon Musk, whatever his drug showed, that's the least of our concerns with Elon. I think if it says nothing, I honestly look around and go, let's get this guy on something.
Yeah, I mean, he's only a genius. He's only a genius launching rockets and having them caught back on Earth. I'm not that concerned about whatever it is he's taking.
I took a Red Bull and I couldn't get excited. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I take a Red Bull and I got to get my creative juices flowing. Whatever he's doing, keep doing that, brother. You're great. We don't need to test you. You parallel parked a rocket. You're good.
So you guys remember what this is? Elon came out because when he was in the Oval Office and standing next to Trump, he made some weird gestures and stuff. And the media went out and went nuts and said that Elon was high on drugs and that him and Trump, had a falling out because he was on drugs and this and that. So this is a result of that social media put out there. And what Elon did is took a drug test and he posted it. He actually posted it on X. Let me find it. And he was clean. It was all clean. And so he said, take that, basically. So they tried to discredit him and say that he was on drugs, and he was not. So let me see if it's on here still. It might be on down a little ways away. So let me find that. There it is. So there we go. So there is Elon and what he posted, which is his drug test results. He's got 0% on here for everything. When it talks about the ecstasy, amphetamines, opiates, PCP, all of it is negative. everything is normal on different things that they tested him on. So he posted that in rebuttal because of people saying that he was on drugs. And that's why we have to be very, very careful. We know that, you know, he's on the spectrum, he's on the scale there, he's very intelligent, and he has different little movements and gestures, and people take it and run for it. I've never seen somebody, I didn't think he was on drugs either, Cindy D. And Jabney L7, hello and welcome to the show tonight. So yeah, that's what they were talking about. They just ran with that whole story, and Elon went and got a drug test and posted it on X to say, haha, there's nothing in me, and I wasn't taking anything. But that's what, like I said, like I started to say, yes, he's autistic, that he's like, shut it right down. That man, I don't agree with everything he does. I think he's a genius. Yes. I'm not thrilled with the AI robots and all that kind of stuff, and these humanoid robots, the Prime Optimus and all that. That's not my cup of tea, but he is very genius. He did a wonderful job for free for each and every one of us in the Trump administration while he could be there with Doge. We need to focus on not Elon's little movement there. We need to focus on why the Republicans are not taking to task these Doge cuts. You know, we need to light that fire under their booties to start taking care of that money and putting it back into the system, and start taking care of Trump's EOs that he put out there. We've been, you know, let's put it this way. Trump has been doing a whole lot. But he can only do so much, because with the EOs, it has to get passed right through the House and the Senate, and then back to his desk to be signed. So we need to really get on our representatives to start passing these EOs, start taking care of the business that the president put out there. Yes, Sage, exactly. We need to pass laws, you know, because in reality, when we stop and look, what has really been done, what's been completed, a lot of stuff has started. A lot of stuff got discovered with Doge. The president has done all he can do. He's been very active. I'm very happy with the amount of action he's taken and the things he's taken care of. But you remember, it's not just him. It's the administration, it's Congress, it's the Senate. They all have to get their butts in gear as well. And they, to me, haven't been doing a very good job with it. They need to do a lot better job of everything that Trump is trying to put forward and take care of 100%, you know, and we can go back to even with the Epstein files. That is such a big, big sore spot for so many people that, you know, it's all of a sudden it's dead in the water, because we've got Dan Bongino and Cash both coming out saying they saw video and that Epstein did indeed unalive himself, because nobody was in the cell before or after. But we did play as well and talk about 2 years ago or 3 years ago when Bongino had his show, his podcast, he said, we have to investigate. We can't let this stuff go. We cannot back the pedal off on this and put the brakes on this. We need to find out what happened, who was involved. You know, you stop and think of all the people that have been harmed out there, all the things that have gone on with Epstein, all the connections, and nobody's been arrested. Nobody's been called to task for it. Nothing has come of it. And it's very disheartening. And yeah, this world has a lot going on. The president has a lot that he's trying to settle down and get right. But dang, you know, we got all these different stories, you know, about the Epstein files. We went through it on this channel about Pam Bondi saying she had everything on her desk, and then before you know it, she didn't have everything, but then she tossed it to Cash. Cash was looking through it, and we keep hearing they don't want to expose any of the victims. Well, none of us want that either, but we do want some names. You can give names. You can put a process in to start charging people, to start, you know, subpoenaing people doing things that don't involve the victims. So that's kind of dead in the water now. And there's been a lot of speculation about that, that it's because that there's so many names that'll bring everything down. Well, you know, we'll see. Jeff B., I wonder where Kash Patel got all these fake ballots from. 100%. That's a good point. They got all these ballots. They came through. Yep. And that's a whole nother ball of worms, because 2020 was such a big deal. And people said we were conspiracy. They said that Trump just couldn't take losing, and all the bad negative things that they said about 2020. And now we've got all the paperwork on it. We've got all the details on it. Like I said, Mike Lindell did a wonderful thing by holding his own, taking everything to court, not settling out of court. And he won. So that's been amazing. That's been wonderful. Let's see what else we can cover here. Let's see what's going on with these cameras again, if there's anything else that we need to talk about there. And I'm going to look through some of these news stories. Oh, there it is. So it is. Kristi Noem did get rushed to the hospital, like one of you guys said. I think it was Harvest. It says allergic reaction, was rushed to a hospital in Washington, D.C. after suffering an allergic reaction. Her office has not issued a statement, and it is not yet clear what triggered the reaction or what her current condition is. It's a developing story. Well, that's very interesting and curious, isn't it? So that is another breaking story. Let's go back to these cameras, and I'm going to check out some other stuff while you guys are looking at the cameras and see what else I can pull up here. Well, that's not very nice. This is typical here. Look at this. Remember actress Ellen Barkin? Okay, remember her? Well, she shares a poem calling Kristi Noem the C word as Homeland Security girl Kristi Noem is rushed to the hospital. Oh my God, she called her. That's terrible. So she wrote a poem on Instagram. That is terrible. Barkins responded to a user who praised her, saying, "Jane of all trades." She later stated, "Who let the dogs out?" in response to another post about Noem being rushed to the hospital. See, they're all full of hate. Sometimes, you know, these people, they have no tenderness in them. They have no compassion whatsoever. I mean, you call somebody a C word when they're rushed to the hospital. That's just disgusting to me. I'm not surprised. It's just kind of sad. So let's go back to this. Let's see if there's anything late breaking else I can find. Okay, so this was good. They did capture him. So you guys remember, suspected Minnesota political assassin Vance Luther Bolter was captured on Sunday after a statewide manhunt that led authorities to Green Isle, roughly 57 miles from Brooklyn Park, where Democrat state rep Melissa Hortman and her husband were killed in their home. So Bolter is accused of assassinating the Hortmans, as well as wounding Minnesota State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette in a politically motivated attack on Saturday. He was arrested Sunday night following the largest manhunt in Minnesota history, according to Fox 9. So there he is being arrested. So that's something that we didn't talk about yet. So this guy, he was a 57-year-old, reportedly appointed to the state's Workforce Development Board in 2019 by Governor Tim Walz. He was captured about 9:27 p.m. local time. Charging documents were unsealed Sunday night, revealing the suspect has been charged with 4 counts of second-degree murder with intent. The arrests came less than 30 minutes after an emergency shelter-in-place alert was sent to phones on the Green Isle area. He was spotted on foot in military gear, armed near the 355 block of 200th Street. Lock your doors and shelter in place, the alert read. So a SWAT team had also raided Bolter's Camden, Minnesota residence on Saturday afternoon, some 80 miles away, although it was not known whether his wife still lived with him at the time. The suspected assassin, he did have no King's flyers in the vehicle he left behind. And one of Portman's final acts as a Democratic lawmaker was voting with Republicans during the special session of the Minnesota legislature on Tuesday to approve the remaining pieces of the state budget. So the lady that was unalived, she said this, and she was in tears, and I saw the video of her, and she said, I know that people will be hurt by my vote, and we worked very hard to try to get a budget deal that wouldn't include that provision. Portman said through tears when reflecting on being the sole DFL vote against Republicans in the House. So here she is. I'm going to go ahead and play this. This is what happened to her after, but this is how upset she was because she felt that she did the right thing.
I know that people will be hurt by that vote, and we worked very hard to try to get a budget deal that wouldn't include that provision.
So then, unfortunately and ridiculously, she was later taken out with her husband from this guy, allegedly, and they did catch him, and he did have the No Kings flyers. So that's another story that could have easily, you guys could have not seen or been buried because of everything that's going on with the conflicts and the wars going on and this and that back and forth. So it's been pretty crazy. And it's so sad. And that's what we've come to in this country. And it shouldn't be that way, to unalive somebody because they don't vote the way you want. They don't agree with what you have to say. I mean, you guys know this, but how do we reach these people out there who are so brainwashed that they don't have any value for human life? They think that this is the way to go. And unfortunately, a lot of these people that feel that way don't realize they could be the very next victim, the very next go around, if they decide not to do or agree with what a policy may be, or if they decide, like this brave lady did, to vote how she felt was right and they didn't agree with it. It is very sad, and we really need to take care of this. This country was never meant to be like this. There's been so many attacks and unaliving and doxing people, and it goes on, and it's just so ugly. It is wrong. It is so wrong. So I feel very heartfelt and sad for this lady and her husband. She did what was right and paid ultimate price for it. So let's see, what else do we have here? Let's go back to these. Let me see these videos here again. And I'm going to see if there's anything released by Trump at all, or well, now that's interesting. So Trump just put out this 1 minute ago, and it has nothing to do with anything coming. It says, "It is my great honor to announce that I will be putting up 2 beautiful flagpoles on both sides of the White House, north and south lawns. It is a gift from me of something which was always missing from this magnificent place. The digging and placement of the poles will begin at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow morning. The flags will be raised at approximately 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. These are the most magnificent poles made. They are tall, tapered, rust-proof rope inside the pole and of the highest quality. Hopefully, they will proudly stand at both sides of the White House for many more years to come." Okay, so you guys, now we thought that he was being moved, right? Didn't we get word that he was being moved to a secure place? They didn't want him at the White House. And now maybe he's not there right now, but he said he's going to be the one that is going to put up and be present for the flagpoles that he paid for with his own money, by the way. And it is going to begin at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. and the flags will be raised at approximately 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I just find that crazy. Let me see, Jeff B. So is he back there or what? Oh wow, that is I wonder if I can get this. I don't know if I can get that, Jeff B. So Jeff B sent me a video minutes ago. It says near a nuke site in Iran. So it's like a big, huge explosion. And it does look like a very big deal. That would be great if that, well, then again, they're going to have to evacuate because we know what's going to happen if that is a nuke site, what's going to happen to the people around there. And hopefully they were able to evacuate, because I did see a video of somebody that was saying that they have relatives in Tehran, and they were trying to evacuate and they had the roads closed off and they weren't allowing them to evacuate. So that's very scary to me. That's very troublesome to me that would happen. Looks like a tactical nuke. Okay. Serious times today. Yes. Yeah, Outlandish. I did see him checking out and speaking to the people that were digging the holes for the flagpoles. But I find that interesting, because the Ayatollah put out tonight was going to be something to be talked about for centuries. We're going to see things. And then President Trump just put that out a minute ago that I'm showing you, that he's going to be doing the flagpoles tomorrow at 11 o'clock. That's pretty crazy. That's what I mean. So we have to just stay on top of stuff, and you can search, and you're going to always find something new out there. It's crazy. So he's putting them up tomorrow. I don't know, you guys. It's a crazy world we live in, that's for sure. Yeah, this videos, none of these have shown much of anything yet. It's quiet where they're at here, wherever these videos are posted at. Let's go down here further. Unconditional. Here's another comment Trump made the other day. I posted it 8 hours ago about Iran. Let's see. And here's what he had to say.
They'd like to talk, but they should have done that before. I had
I'm going to start that over again.
60 days, and they had 60 days. And on the 61st day, I said, we don't have a deal. They have to make a deal. And it's painful for both parties, but I'd say Iran is not winning this war. And they should talk, and they should talk immediately before it's too late.
Have you heard what it?
So he's been saying the same thing for years and years. If you go back, Trump has always talked about things like this. And for him being in the presidency the second term, he is saying that, you know, peace is where it's at, but nobody's listening. He did say if they threaten or any of our people or go after us, they're going to wish they hadn't. He's put plenty of warnings out there. In Iran, not conventional troops. You know what, Cindy D, I agree with you. I don't always agree with everything and the way it's done, but listen, Trump has a proven record his first go around. Trump also has remained the same. If you watch interviews from him back in the 80s and 70s, and anytime he did an interview, he always had America first. And he always said, we got to watch it. Why are we giving in to these tariffs? Why are we just paying for everybody else around the world? Why are we policing everybody in the world? He's always had the same ammo ever since, you know, he started giving interviews, and he hasn't changed on that. So with that being said, he's got my trust that way. I trust him as a leader. You know, you can only do so much. Your hands can be tied. If everybody could just talk and be happy, that would be great, but that's not the way the world works. So with that being said, I do believe that should anybody or anything come after us, no matter who it is, that it is going to be no holds barred. And I do feel confident in that with him. And I roll with him. I agree with you. Win, lose, or draw. I know that this president has done his almighty best to do his best for this country and even the world. And I don't see any other politician standing up for their country like we do. Some of these other leaders are like dictators. It's about them and their power, not their people per se. They will sacrifice their own people, and just for things that we can't even imagine. The way they treat their people in other countries is incredible to me. So I'm a ride or die with him. I think that he's doing the best he possibly can, and he wants peace. Why wouldn't you want peace and prosperity? He is a builder. He is somebody that knows how to do things from the ground up. He knows that everybody can be successful if they try. You just have to put the effort in. Why would you put the effort into destruction and destroying like the Middle East has done forever? And it's destructive. I can't imagine the United States being that way. These poor people that have to live amongst this rubble for years and years and never know what's going to happen from day to day. These babies, these children that are taken and turned radical, stripped from families to become part of these different people. And it's horrible. So everybody wins if everybody can be successful, right? If we could travel everywhere and just have a beautiful life, all of us, put all that energy into building and sharing and changing and learning about different cultures in a good way instead of destruction and bombs and firing and killing. This sounds Pollyannish, but it could be very simple if we just put our minds to it. And unfortunately, people don't. And I just believe the last administration didn't have America's interest at heart at all. I think a lot of you see that as well. Now while all this is happening too, you guys got to remember what happened to all the information that came out about the auto pen, about the uncovering of Biden not having his faculties and not being with it, about his chief of staff and other people around him, and Jill Biden's head person, assistant that ran the auto pen. All of that's like gone to the wayside for a little bit. And then all of a sudden this came out. So I wonder if that's a tie-in somehow. All the dealings and all the different things that were coming out that we learned about Biden and what they did, and with what Doge is exposed, now we have all this breaking out. Maybe it's a tie-in, maybe it's not. I don't know. But remember, that president wasn't functioning as a president, wasn't capable of being a president. And we heard all that information out there. How much in danger were we that we didn't even realize? It is terrible. It's terrible. What Hoffman says, Aiton will have to drink from the poison chalice. Oh, wow. What is that? You got to break that down for me. I don't understand that. Harvest. If you can break that down for me a little bit. Iran. Okay. The auto have gone. Okay. Iran will have to drink from the poison chalice. Fox News. Okay. Thank you. Well, the auto seems to have gone with the wind. There are no coincidences. Right. A lot of things did. We remember that we were told before that things are going to come out, drip, 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 and all of a sudden they're going to be like a sieve, like a waterfall. And that's what it is. We are bouncing all over the place trying to keep up with everything. And just every time you don't think it's going to get any bigger, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. It's incredible to me. Let's take another look at these images here. And I'm going to look up some other stories and see if there's anything else that is breaking. But thank you guys for spending time with us here. Thank you for, just being a great community all these years. Let's see. Oh, let's read through this story. Speaking about Tulsi, and that just came out. So let's see what this has to say. So Tulsi has broken her silence after President Donald Trump publicly refuted her earlier congressional testimony regarding Iran's nuclear ambitions. We just talked about that earlier. The firestorm ignited when CNN's Caitlin Collins pressed President Trump aboard Air Force One about Gabbard's March testimony before Congress. Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon. Collins prodded, clearly fishing for a gotcha moment. Trump shut her down, stating, "I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having one." Vice President J.D. Vance also said, first off, Tulsi's testimony was in March, and a lot has changed since then. Second, if you look at what she said then, her point about uranium enrichment is consistent with what I wrote above. Vance clarified that while Iran is permitted nuclear energy for civilian use, the regime has repeatedly violated its obligations to the International Atomic Energy Agency, proving its intent to weaponize its nuclear program. Gabbard, refusing to let the media twist her words, fired back in a statement shared by reporter Sarah Ferris, and it said on X, DNI Gabbard tells us she and Trump are on the same page when it comes to Iran nuclear timeline. President Trump was saying the same thing that I said in my annual threat assessment back in March. Unfortunately, too many people in the media don't care to actually read what I said. Gabbard tells us she and Trump are on the same page. Then President Trump was saying the same thing that I said in my annual threat assessment back in March. Unfortunately, too many people in the media don't care to actually read what I said. So that it goes on to give her total testimony. So that clarifies it, because we talked about this earlier, where Gabbard said one thing and then people took and ran with it, meaning another thing. And they did. And that's exactly what I said. They discovered more facilities that were hidden that they were working on. And that's exactly what J.D. Vance said. That was in March, and he said a lot has changed since then. So in the uranium enrichment, the details matter. So it's a consistent. It means that civilian use is fine, but the regime has violated its obligations on the Atomic Energy Agency, proving its intent to weaponize its nuclear program. So indeed, that's what they discovered. So it's pretty amazing to me how if you don't pay attention to the detail, you can run with something and believe it's one way when it's totally not. And like I said, the information is totally coming so quickly. It's insane. So, yeah, outlandish. I did post that. We ran through that article that he did post his clean drug test. And yeah, I know it's controversial. Yep. The drug addict thing. So there is so much going on. So what do you guys think? Tell me in chat your opinion on what you think is going to happen over the next couple days. Do you think that we are going to end up joining in this? Do you support Trump if we do? Or do you think we should stay the heck out of it? If you want to share your opinion, that would be great. I do know and I do believe that we can't take people's word for it, because if they wanted to negotiate an end and not partake in a war or power, they would have negotiated something, and they didn't. I'm not thrilled with the fact that China is moving ships and different things towards Iran at all. I'm not thrilled with that at all. So let's see if we can find anything else on that as well. And then I'm going to go ahead and reshare more of the video here, the live video from the Tel Aviv skyline. It seems like things have gotten pretty quiet all of a sudden, doesn't it? And so far, no information on any announcement. So Mhm. Nothing new there. So let's see. Let's see what some of these answers are. We're already involved, in my opinion. Yes. We'll be in it. President Trump has to stand tall. Like I said, win, lose, or draw, I stand with my president. I don't think Trump will go for declaring war. He might aid Israel with weapons, which I don't agree with either. I'm sick of supporting everyone but the USA. Yeah, thank you guys for your comments here. I agree with you 100%. I think that protecting us and being behind the USA is obviously in our best interest, and we haven't seen that in 4 years. I feel very confident in President Trump. Like I said, I am tired of supporting everyone else too. You know, as you get older and you watch the different things that have gone on in the world, it's pretty disheartening when you now realize the level of corruption that went on. And I will say in simple terms like this, all the commercials we saw on TV about feed the hungry babies, the little babies that you saw mostly naked in other countries that had flies on them, and they played that traumatic music to pull on our heartstrings to make donations to either technically adopt them, where you get a picture every month. You support them and feed them, and then you never got really follow up. All the hungry children in the world that we've never been able to somehow get tons of complete fresh water. I know in different little parts there are fresh water now, but to clothe them, feed them, and take care of them. Some of these things that have been going on since I've been young, you see how the breakdown of a lot of these so-called charities, most of the money goes to administration and personnel. By the time, let's say, you would hope that 80% or more of your donation would go to the actual person or animal or whatever it is that you are supporting. But by the time you get through the red tape of everything, of the people that get paid to do things, the flyers, the buildings, I think some of these so-called charities, only 3% of the money we donate goes to the actual person, animal, or whatever it is we're supporting. And I think about how much waste has happened with our money over the years. It's incredible to me. It's so sad to me. If we just did the right thing, if people did the right thing, this world would be such a much better place. And there comes a time that when you realize this and you see this, you have to get active and do the best that you can do to make that change. You can't sit back and say, oh, well, you call people and you hold people accountable. And unfortunately, that can be very dangerous. People lose their lives. People lose their jobs. We've seen how the people that are in control, that aren't on the up and up, don't want to give up control and don't want to give up power. They don't want to give up their money. Evil, bad, dark people that have gotten away with things for so very long. But we can't leave our world like this. We can't leave it for our kids and our grandkids like this shape that they're in. We need to leave them a better place. And we have to remember that Trump only has a few short years left of his presidency. It's going to go by pretty fast. So that was the other reason that, the big, beautiful bills got a lot of controversy, because we want the single bills, right? We were promised single bills. But then we read that if we did single bills, it would take forever to get them passed in Congress. And some of them wouldn't, and Trump would be out of presidency. So Trump is trying to put everything out there right away, get the big, beautiful bill done, and then start moving, because he's only got so much time that he's in as the president. And we just have to hope and pray that the next president we get has America first on their mind as well. And we don't ever go back. I think all of this is a lesson to never, ever go back and allow the things that have gone on to ever go on again. That we want to make sure that we always are educated in our vote. We know who we're voting for. We get the voting straightened out. Like they said, the 2020, all that stuff's getting ready to break now. There's just been so much, and we are tired and we get fatigued, but we have to keep fighting the good fight, because if we don't do it, who's going to? This country, to me, was almost lost. Now we're facing this war, this possible World War III, and it is so scary. Think about these kids and teenagers and 20-some-year-olds and the lives that they've been living. How scary is it for them to go through COVID, to go through now this, to go through not many jobs because everything was, ushered out to China. Where I'm from, Michigan, the state of Michigan, the great state of Michigan, the auto industry just completely went under. How sad is that? When I was there, that was the cool thing to do is, you worked for one of the big three. You get out of high school and you try to get a job in one of the big three, you're set for life. You have a decent life. You can afford things for your family. You can retire well. And all that went away. We have all these kids that went to college or tried to go to technology school to get into computers and internet stuff. And they did, but that got over and inundated. Some are doing well, but you look at it now with AI taking over, and it's taking over a lot of those jobs. So where's the hope? Where is the motivation for our children and, the 20-somethings out there? We need to lead the way. We need to supply that for them. We can't leave this country like this. And I know that some people are really into the AI and all that stuff, and I understand that, and it can be beneficial. But the unfortunate thing is, as we've seen, the bad guys always seem a step or two ahead of the good guys, and we don't want that to happen with AI. We want to make sure. And I wasn't thrilled about AI. I'm not really still thrilled about AI. But the truth of the matter is, I did watch some shows. Sean Ryan is one of them, and he was interviewing this young Asian technical savvy guy, and he was talking about AI and talking about the dangers of it. And the reality is, if it's out there and it's already being developed and China's way ahead of us, it's best that we partake in it. We can't turn our head and ignore it, because then they're going to have control over it all. So when Trump started talking about AI and bringing it here and having people, build in the chips here and stuff like that, I wasn't too thrilled with that. But then I sat back and I thought for a moment, I'm like, well, if we don't get ahead of the game, other people will have control over it, and it's going to be happening anyway. There's nothing we can do about it. So thank goodness that he did what he did. And I saw it differently. We just sometimes have to open our eyes and realize that we can't be left behind anymore in this technology and stuff. We need to make sure that we have control and a decent understanding, and we're on the forefront, and these businesses are doing it here because it's going to happen. So it's going to enrich our company. So our companies, our country, it's just we have to know what's going on. So it's been a hard few years, you guys. It's nothing I'm not telling you guys that you don't know. But boy, we just want to get to the other side of this and start just living and breathing and enjoying life again. I know that we try hard to enjoy each and every day, but the reality is it's way too hard to. And another thing is these attacks on ICE that are going on. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but how can you be against ICE for taking out the illegals and the bad people? I hear so much with these young social media people saying these families are being torn apart, blah, blah, blah. The same MO they did back in the day. Before as well. But the reality is there was one video of a girl that was running down the street screaming for her family, her mother. And the reality was that was a scene from a movie. But the people that were deporting the illegals was using this as a tactic, an emotional tactic to pull on our heartstrings to say, look at what we're doing. We are deporting these kids and separating families. And that wasn't it at all. They were lying. That was from a movie. And people seem to forget in the Obama era, he had that as well. There was videos that came out about him talking about it, actually, about we need to make sure that, we get this under control and whatnot. And people forget about that. Time makes us forget things sometimes. And I'm going to actually scroll while you're looking at that. I think it was here. Okay, actually, I do have the video. So let's go ahead and play this video of Obama talking about illegals. And let's refresh our memory on that, because remember, everybody's saying that Trump is the bad guy.
To the borders. If they do make it, they'll get sent back. More importantly, they may not make it.
And tomorrow, President Obama will ask Congress for more than $2 billion in emergency funds to deal with the surge. He'll also seek expanded authority for the DHS secretary to fast-track deportation procedures and stiffer penalties for those who smuggle children.
Do not send your children to the borders.
Did you hear that? Obama, when he was president, said, do not send your children. Do not send them. Okay, he said, don't send them because they will be sent back. Also, remember the cages? They said, oh, people are in cages. That was Obama. And he said, not only do not send your children to the borders, because if they do make it, he said they're going to get sent back. More importantly, they may not make it. So remember, the left is protesting deportations by President Trump, but ignored it when Obama fast-tracked the deportations. So that was a little clip. I'm going to play it one more time real quick here and make sure the audio's up all the way here.
To the borders. If they do make it, they'll get sent back. More importantly, they may not make it.
And tomorrow, President Obama will ask Congress for more than $2 billion in emergency funds to deal with the surge. He'll also seek expanded authority for the DHS secretary to fast-track deportation procedures and stiffer penalties for those who smuggle children.
Not send.
So he looked for extra money to help, right, take care of this. And he also looked for stiffer penalties for this as well. So let's not forget about that. Trump said you shouldn't come here unless you come here legally. But let's not forget about that little moment there. Let's see. What else do we got here? Oh, here's another little reminder about condemning Trump here. Let's listen to this. Bush. So let's go ahead and listen to Bush here.
There is a legal way to do it, so you don't have to sneak across in the first place.
We do not think the comprehensive health care benefits should be extended to those who are undocumented workers and illegal aliens. We do not want to do anything to encourage more illegal immigration into this country. We know now that too many people come in for medical care as it is. We certainly don't want them having the same benefits that American citizens are entitled to have.
Every place in this country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more, by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens.
Even as we are a nation of immigrants, we're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable, especially those who may be dangerous. That's why over the past 6 years, deportations of criminals are up 80%. And that's why we're going to keep focusing enforcement resources on actual threats to our security. Felons.
So you guys, what happened between then and now? Like I said, our memory, sometimes we forget the positions that past presidents and politicians took. But look at all these. So I'm going to play this one more time real quick for those of you that are just joining, and take a look at this, what they had to say about immigration in their time.
There is a legal way to do it, so you don't have to sneak across in the first place.
We do not think the comprehensive health care benefits should be extended to those who are undocumented workers and illegal aliens. We do not want to do anything to encourage more illegal immigration into this country. We know now that too many people come in for medical care as it is. We certainly don't want them having the same benefits that American citizens are entitled to have.
Every place in this country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more, by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens.
Even as we are a nation of immigrants, we're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable, especially those who may be dangerous. That's why over the past 6 years, deportations of criminals are up 80%. And that's why we're going to keep focusing enforcement resources on actual threats to our security. Felons.
So isn't that amazing, you guys? I know, Carlene, but this is the reality, that when you see them in their own words, and exactly Hillary and Bush, yep, you see them in their own words. And this isn't made up. This isn't AI. These are they're clips from actual pressers they gave, or when Obama was president. And you see what changed? What do you guys think? In your opinion, changed from what they said to how they are now, or what they did? Do you think they just said what they needed to say in order to make sure they got elected? And then once they got elected, they wanted to make sure they secured that and become, because remember, Obama was like one of the most favorite presidents there were. And you look at the things and the comments that they've made now since Trump has been trying to deport them. Look at all the different judges that are trying to usurp the power of the president. The president has the ultimate power. Circuit court judges and that do not have the power to block him, and they've just been trying to tie things up and blockade him. We've seen these illegals in the records that they have, the criminal records, horrible criminal records, like selling drugs, the abuses and rapes and abductions of women and men and young children, the unaliving of people, the illegal guns they have. It goes on and on and on. And once we start, and I agree, Carlene, once we start seeing arrests and we start seeing that happen, we're going to feel a lot better. We're going to feel that some justice is being served. I have been happy seeing the arrest of these illegals that some people are claiming are innocent, that they have a right to be here and they have just cause and due process and all that. So, I'm happy to see them get arrested. And I think that it's pretty amazing that we're starting to see that now. Do I want to see the big ones go? You better believe I do, just like each and every one of you. And mind you, you guys, we aren't accusing people of things they didn't do. We have seen Hunter's laptop. We have seen the paperwork. It is the judges and the corruption that trickles through even in our three-letter agencies that have buried things and kept things quiet because they were part of it. That is why justice hasn't been served. It's not we're making it up or the Hunter laptop was not proved anymore. So I don't understand it. I just don't understand why people would rather believe the Hunter laptop was no big deal and disapproved. Who did they think tampered with it and why? I mean, it makes no sense to me. Let me see. Oh, someone bought me a coffee. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for supporting this channel with the coffee. I think that's pretty amazing. It just says someone on there. So that is so cool. Thank you so much. LW just sent me that from wherever he's at. So those of you guys just joining, thank you to those of you who have been here all along watching, hanging out with me to see if there's anything that's going to come of the president speaking. There's a lid put on his speaking, so I don't think it's going to happen tonight now. But also, thank you for just sharing in the conversation with me, sharing your opinions. I love the conversation. I love you guys talking in with me and stuff. LW is going to come back when he's done doing what he has to do, and he's going to hang out for a little while as well. So we thought it was important to go on and just kind of touch base and cover things. There's just been so much. I've been off because of my computer. I got a whole brand new computer my son rebuilt for me. It's not all put together yet, but it's functioning as of actually yesterday afternoon. One of our producers was able to help me a little bit to at least get online. So thank you so much for having patience with us and stuff like that. I really appreciate it. This is just such a time to be alive. On one hand, it is very scary, but on the other hand, I do believe that we're blessed to live at a time such as this and see this through and do what we can do. Let me see. I just got a message. Hang on, guys, 1 second. It's from Jeff B. Jeff B's working, so that's why he's in and out of chat. He's been really awesome with keeping LW and I informed and updated when he can, but he just doesn't have the time to be able to go on all the time because obviously with what he does, he's busy too. He does different things that he just can't spend all his time, but he wants to share. So he does go and chat when we can. Okay, so he said we may be attacking multiple EAMs went active. Oh, that's very interesting. So we'll have to wait and see, you guys. So that is breaking from Jeff B, and we'll have to see. Let's go back here. I don't see anything there. I'm going to check Truth Social. While you guys watch this and check with me, I'm going to look and see if there's anything out from the president or Dan Scavino or anything. Because things are changing, as we know, like crazy. Nope, Scavino didn't put anything out. Let's see if the president did his team. Trump. Nope, nothing there. Let's see if there's anything what's popping on X here. Oh, and by the way, remember, if you didn't hear or see, Elon did indeed apologize to President Trump. He said he got a little carried away. So that was good as well. Now, this is funny. Breaking. Elon Musk publicly challenges the New York Times and Wall Street Journal to take drug test and publish the results. This comes shortly after he released his own clean drug test results following false allegations by legacy media. And I think it's wonderful that they call him out and they challenge them right back. I absolutely love that. Don't you guys? I mean, they just tell it like it is. Let me see. Nothing on X either. I'm going to check the papers and see if there's anything breaking we need to know about. So Trump did talk about, because, you know, we played this earlier in the show as well, that Trump did say, I think they're very close to having a nuclear weapon, speaking of Iran, and wants unconditional surrender, which he did post that 8 hours ago, that's what he expects from them. And he did say that when asked what would be better than a ceasefire, he was asked this, he said a real end. So something that's going to be permanent and give up entirely. And that's what he wants. So basically, he wants an end, plain and simple, an end. So that means if they don't want to negotiate, if, you know, well, their time's up, he said, if they don't want to just stop, and that is going to be an end that they don't look forward to. Let's put it that way. And I like that we can't be bullied. I like, you know, in reality, you guys agree with things or not. The reality is that Trump has the nads to go out there and stand up for us and do everything that he did about the tariffs, warning these guys about these wars and everything that they're doing. You know, that takes a lot of courage, because that is a big deal. I mean, you know, just being a parent is hard enough, but can you imagine being the president of the United States? You have this whole country that you are responsible for, the people. It's not like it's an easy job. And the man goes at it 24/7. He hardly sleeps. He's got all this energy and all that kind of stuff. It's just incredible to me. It's amazing to me. So he's had the endurance of an Energizer bunny, let's just say. And I think that he hasn't slowed down. His intellect is still there. He's just on a path and the directive of truth and honesty and getting this country taken care of. And that is very admirable. I know I don't have the energy that he has at all, to tell you the truth, at all. So I commend him for that. You know, you take all the hits, and you got to remember this, he is just a man, and all the hits that his family has taken and everything else has been incredible over the years, and they've stood for what is right. So, okay, let's see. We have an update on Kristi Noem, and let's share that real quick. Let me go back to it. So Kristi Noem was taken to the hospital in DC by ambulance. She had an allergic reaction, which we know. She was transported to the hospital out of an ambulance of caution. Oh, she is alert and recovering. That is the update. She was transported out of abundance of caution, alert and recovering. So that is some good news just breaking about Kristi Noem. She was transported to the hospital in the DC area. I can confirm she went by ambulance, somebody said here, and was escorted by multiple Secret Service vehicles. So she is alert and recovering. So a nice update here with Kristi Noem. Let me see. Let's go to this. So let's read through this a little bit, you guys. This is what I was talking about earlier. It was just a statement, but now Gateway Pundit here has a report on the warning. So Iran state media issues terrifying warning about a surprise tonight that the world will remember for centuries. We talked about that earlier. So it says that details do remain scarce, but ominous tone from the Tehran signals a potential escalation that could dwarf anything we've seen before. So this provocative warning follows President Donald J. Trump's bold demand for Iran's unconditional surrender, labeling Ayatollah Khamenei as an easy target. So Trump did say we now have a complete and control of the skies over Iran. Iran had a good sky trackers and other defensive equipment, and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to the American-made, conceived and manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA. Then he added, we talked about this as well, we know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, at least not for now, but we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So once again, he's giving the supreme leader a chance. He's saying, do not come near our civilians or their civilians or American soldiers. President Donald Trump ended his Situation Room session at the White House, which lasted approximately about 1 hour and 20 minutes. Within the high security environment of the Situation Room, President Trump reportedly weighed a range of policy options spanning diplomacy, defense measures, and careful consideration of potential military strikes against key Iranian nuclear sites, including the deep underground Fordo enrichment facility. President Trump, according to Fox News, Situation Room meeting did wrap up at 3:46 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And it says, we were told earlier today that the possibility of U.S. intervention, possibility of airstrikes is definitely on the table. So it says, Godspeed, Patriot. So once again, Jeff B. did say we may be striking or attacking, and right here's confirmation that it is on the table. So that is the latest from the Gateway Pundit regarding Trump and the warning from Iran or the Iran state media issues that warning about tonight. So we have to wait and see what is going to happen with that, obviously. It would be nice if it calmed down, wouldn't it? Let's see what else is in here. I'm going to go back to there we go. We're going to go back to this skyline again while I look and see if there's anything else I need to bring to you guys' attention. Oh, let's bring this up here. Who would have figured this? Now, I'm not a fan of The View. I don't think many of us are. But apparently, let's read through this. Schwarzenegger had some kind of a statement for The View. So it says, and one of the most pleasant surprises of the year, former California governor and former actor Arnold Schwarzenegger lived up to his old nickname, the Terminator, during an appearance on The View. On Tuesday's episode, Schwarzenegger was asked by the Joy Behar about the recent ICE riots in California and across America. And we know that the protesters have started fires, thrown projectiles at law enforcement officers, and damaged property. At the same time, politicians have turned their ire towards President Trump and ICE for trying to put a stop to the madness. So naturally, Behar sided with the rioters. She did she? Do you have a visceral reaction to what ICE is doing when you see the videos of it? Behar asked. So given Schwarzenegger's noted fierce opposition to Trump and his embrace of some of the left's worst ideas, one would have expected him to take the bait and blast Trump and ICE. Instead, he put Behar and the rest of The View to shame with a beautiful and patriotic speech. I am so happy and proud that I was embraced by the American people like that. I came over here at the age of 21 with absolutely nothing, Schwarzenegger responded. And then to create a career like that, and no other country in the world could you do that. Amen. That's true, you guys. He went on to note that America had made everything he had done, from bodybuilding to acting to becoming governor and creating his family, possible. This is the greatest country in the world, and it's land of opportunity, Schwarzenegger added. So The governor later emphasized the importance of immigrants entering America the right way and respecting the people who welcome them with open arms. You got to do things legally. And those people that are doing illegal things in America, and they're the foreigners, they are not smart. Because when you come to America, you're a guest and you have to behave like a guest. Well, that's a wonderful statement. How many people have you heard that come from? Like when I go to someone's house and I'm a guest, then I will do everything I can to keep things clean and to make my bed and to do everything that is a right thing to do rather than committing a crime or being abusive or something like that, Schwarzenegger added. Schwarzenegger closed his speech by saying something conservatives avoid. Immigrants are obligated to give back to America to show appreciation. Wow. So I think the important thing is when you become an immigrant to think about, okay, I come to America because I want to use America for the great opportunities that America has to offer. Then you have to think about, if I get all of those things from America, then I have to give something back. You have a responsibility as an immigrant to give back to America and to pay back America and to do something for your community for no money whatsoever. Boy, that's an incredible statement. I had no idea that that happened and that he said that. I had no idea. I think that is very true. We don't hear anybody say that you need to give back to America because you are here. And it is like you're a guest when you do it legally and you're polite. You have manners. It's just like going to somebody's house. And if you don't and you take advantage and you do things the wrong way, why shouldn't you be deported? Why should we have to pay for people that are here illegally? Why should they get more than our own American citizens get? It's absolutely ridiculous. It never should have been that way in the first place. But as we've learned, there's reasons they do it because they hire people cheaply. They get the votes. They gave them money. They gave them cards. They gave them, we found out through Doge and everything, they gave them Social Security cards and got them active in our system right away, while our own people don't get what they got. So I got to give kudos to Schwarzenegger for standing up for America and saying that statement on The View of all places. So I think that's pretty amazing. I wonder, let me see if there's the video. Oh, that's just a Twitter picture. It says video, but I don't see it. But anyhow, I think that's great. It's about time that somebody did stand up for us, and it's true. He's here. He was an illegal. I mean, and he had a great career. He still acts. He's an actor. He's famous. He's got all this money. He became governor. I mean, where else in the world could you do the things that he's done? You can't. There's no place in the world like America, and that's why she's worth fighting for. Doug in Exile shows the clip. It's funny. Oh, okay. Hello, Terry. Good to see you guys. Sonny kept reaching out to him like she wanted him to shut out. Is that what happened, Outlandish Patriot? Like, I'm surprised they didn't attack him and treat him poorly and go nuts on him like they usually do with people that don't agree with them when they have things to say that don't coincide with their beliefs and stuff. They've done themselves a disservice to not be able to have conversation, not be able to do anything but yell and scream or try to cut people off. They don't know how to talk tactfully at all. So let's see if there's anything else here going on. You guys, is it just me or does it just seem kind of quiet? It's like everything slowed down from the day. But it is exciting to be able to cover all this. Let's see. Well, there was a breaking, somebody made a comment on X that Israel's strike on Tehran after Iran denied negotiations with the U.S. have left a cloud of smoke that resembles President Trump. Yeah, he gets in there every way. Okay, I'll show you this. This is really silly. Look at this. So that's what the comment is, and they're saying that this smoke looks like President Trump in the profile. That's crazy. That is so crazy. Yeah, I cannot, a long time ago, I used to watch The View, but I can't stomach it anymore. Joy Behar is anything but joyful. She is not a nice lady. She is not a pleasant woman. She does women an injustice. And it's not because I don't agree with her policies or her politics or how she feels. It's the way she's always got that mean looks, like a mean school teacher. And she looks at you condescendingly, and she's just nasty. She's mean. It's like she's got a chip on her shoulder. She just lost all her joy. So I think it's crazy that her name is Joy, because she certainly doesn't have it, in my opinion. Let's see. Yep, I have that as well. Guys, we're doing good. Actually, it looks like staying on top of everything, because even the stuff people are sending me, we reported on here already. Oh, I know, Cindy D. Unfortunately, Whoopi isn't either. They just all became angry. I think menopause took hold of them in a bad way. And I don't mean to knock that. I'm not trying to knock that at all, because going through it is no joke. But they let it take hold of them. They're just angry people. Let me see the White House here. I'm going to see if there's anything the White House has to share. Nothing new. Well, like I said, for those of you guys who may have just been joining us, President Trump did put out on Truth Social, and I did read it. It just came out. Let me see. It's been an hour now. I read it when it broke, like about 2 or 3 minutes in, that people thought he was being ushered away or he's in a secret place. But he said that it is my great honor to announce he is going to be putting up 2 beautiful flagpoles on both sides of the White House, north and south lawns. It's a gift from me, something which was always missing from the magnificent place. The digging and placement of the poles is going to begin 7:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow morning, but they're going to be raised approximately at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. He said these are the most magnificent poles made. They are tall, tapered, rust-proof. Let me continue. Rope inside of pole and of the highest quality. Hopefully they will be proudly stand on both sides of the White House for many years to come. So he's going to be there. He said he's going to be putting it up. I will be putting up 2 of the flagpoles. So I'm assuming that means he's going to be there. And he said it's a gift. Remember, I told you he did pay for all of this himself. And I like the idea of rope inside of the pole, because we all know the rope can get sloppy and torn and tattered and all that. So, and it's the highest quality. So he's putting those up tomorrow. So that's pretty interesting that he has plans to do that with everything going on. While we're watching more of the video there, the live video from Tel Aviv and other places, because they're putting random ones up there as well. Let's see. So LW as well will be coming in here and joining me when he gets done with what he needs to do. And he said he's going to carry on for a little while here to see if anything pops more tonight. Well, this is something good too. Just in, General Mills announces that they will be removing artificial colors from their entire U.S. product line following RFK Jr.'s directives. This comes just hours after Kraft Heinz announced they'd also be removing theirs. So that's pretty dang cool, you guys. The cereals and General Mills products, all artificial colors. Isn't it crazy that we got this to this place in society that we like the looks of artificial colors and stuff, so our food looks better to eat it, and yet it's like literally poisoning us. Like, that's crazy to me. What, I heard that during Trump's first term, he did renovations to the White House on his own dime too. He replaced some glass doorknobs that supposedly Hillary stole. I heard that, Outlandish Patriot. I heard that she stole some glass doorknobs. That's crazy. I agree, Terry, that we do have the best president. We would be in big trouble. You're right. I can't even fathom, I said this earlier, I can't even fathom Biden or Kamala, of all people, being in charge at this point in time. There's absolutely no way. We would not be doing too well. This is positive too. President Trump's approval is at a record high, and Senate Republicans are standing with Trump. 95% approval rating among Republicans on President Trump's handling of foreign policy and national security. So that's good too. That's from Turan. What is this? Okay, maybe we'll play this. This is, it looks like a little funny thing. Let me see. Oh, wait, let's do this real fast before we do that. Here's a little teaser. Ted Cruz on Iran on Tucker. It's a little teaser that's out here. Let's do that. Let's see what this is about.
Memorizing population tables.
Start over.
How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population. At all? No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah.
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's,
because
it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
the country. What's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay,
it's not even. You don't know anything about Iran.
What's going
on?
Okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
don't know anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the one who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
They're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe that,
we're carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here, because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting Israel.
High stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay.
Holy cow, what did I step onto and stumble onto there? That's crazy. That's a little teaser of, oh man, that's a little teaser with Tucker and Ted Cruz on Iran. They just went at it. I had no idea. I thought that was just going to be a nice little teaser for a show we'd want to watch. That's crazy. People have been mad at Tucker lately. So that's pretty crazy that Ted and Cruz and him are going toe to toe. Okay, let's see. All right, let's see what this is, guys.
I was forced to the ground. First on my knees, and then flat on my chest. And as I was handcuffed and marched down a hallway, repeatedly asking, "Why am I being detained?"
That is hilarious. These memes that people come up with are pretty crazy, but whoa, that Tucker thing, that's crazy. Man, I feel like I need to go back and play that one more time, you guys. That's crazy. Let's because that threw me for a loop. I thought it was just going to be a good little interview with Cruz, but
How many people
let's hear
how many
this
people live in
again.
Iran? How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah,
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's,
because
it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is
because
that
if
relevant?
you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and
What percent?
predominantly Shia. Okay,
It's not even... You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay,
actually,
I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
don't know
claims
anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
They're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you
we
really
are
believe that,
carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not
at all.
bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting
This is
Israel.
high stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay.
Wow. Tucker usually doesn't get that worked up. He's usually like so laid back and stuff. That was like the male version of The View right there, going back and forth. You couldn't really hear what they were saying at some point. So the full interview, I guess, is tomorrow, you guys. Tucker Carlson. Whoa, Nelly, that is like crazy. I mean, I'm not going to lie. What he said seemed to make sense. Oh my gosh. I got something else I found too. I want to play here. I want to see, because we were talking about accountability and with the 2020 stuff with Cash. Okay. Let me see. Where is it at, Jesse? Carly Briani. Let me find this so we can get the update from Cash. Here it is. Let's play this, you guys. Let's play this clip.
Election in Biden, suggesting there was a Chinese plot to sway the 2020 election in Biden's favor. An intel source says in August 2020, the CCP tried to flood America with fake driver's licenses, then give them to Chinese nationals so they could vote for the big guy using fraudulent mail-ins. A month after the plot was discovered, Border Patrol flagged 20,000 licenses at Chicago's O'Hare Airport. These were scannable with credible barcodes. Some even had the same photo and bio slapped onto them. Thankfully, they foiled the plot. 20,000 ballots could have had a big impact. Remember, Biden won Wisconsin, Arizona, and Georgia, all within that range. It's easy to understand why Beijing wanted Joe. They had the whole Biden family on their payroll. Meanwhile, Trump's squeezing Chinese heads against the walls with tariffs. But why are we just finding out about this now? The FBI got this intel before the election, and instead of investigating it further, they buried it. Former director Chris Wray even testified to Congress, and instead of saying the word China, he just screamed Russia, Russia, Russia.
The intelligence community's consensus is that Russia continues to try to influence our elections, primarily through what we would call malign foreign influence, primarily to denigrate Vice President Biden.
If this was a Moscow fake ID plot to help Trump, Wray would have held a press conference. He should be hauled back to Washington to testify immediately. If Democrats actually care about democracy, they'd want answers. And the media is complicit too. Reuters ran their own fact check saying no evidence the licenses were meant to influence the election. Here's MSNBC's quote: Trump's lie about Chinese election interference is debunked. Its effects still linger. We'll see if they issue a correction. Cash's FBI has turned over all the documents to Senator Chuck Grassley for him to review. The story's
Wow, there's the update on that, because we know that was released, and what he said is true. When are we going to see? Let's get moving. What more do we need out there? That's crazy. This is breaking too, I guess, from a Derek Evans on X as well, said breaking: Vladimir Putin has withdrawn support for the Islamic Republic of Iran. This comes after Putin and President Trump spoke for around an hour on the phone just yesterday. So that is very good news that Vladimir Putin apparently has withdrawn his support for Iran after he spoke to President Trump about an hour on the phone yesterday. So that's pretty cool too, you guys. That's a positive thing. Man, Real America's Voice has a clip about this too with Mike Bentz. Yeah, Real America's Voice. Very good. That's good to know. I'm going to go back to these cameras here for a second while I look up some more stuff. I am going to, yeah. Let's take this back. Oh, let's play this. This is a little clip from Real America's Voice with talking about cash in 2020 as well with Stephen Bannon.
Last night, and what?
Let's start over.
Tell
There.
the audience what Cash delivered last night, and what the reality
Oh,
is.
I gotta
here,
share it and
because
start
this is
over.
about
Hang
as jaw-dropping as you can get, sir.
Yeah, let's set the stage. Let's remind everybody that.
Okay, here we go.
Tell the audience what Cash delivered last night, and what the reality is here, because this is about as jaw-dropping as you can get, sir.
Yeah, let's set the stage. Let's remind everybody that in December of 2020, 60 Minutes aired a piece with the head of the Homeland Security Cybersecurity Division saying there were no foreign intrusions in the 2020 election. It was a perfectly clean election, he said. I think it was Chris Krebs was his name. We now know that to have been a false proclamation. First, we know a year later in 21, a bunch of Iranians were indicted in Manhattan on charges that they interfered in the election and hacked into a state database to obtain voter IDs and use them in a mal-influence operation against the American election. Now we know there was a second country that was more deeply involved in meddling into the election. The FBI in August 2020, so 3.5 months before the votes were cast that put Joe Biden in the presidency, that FBI believed that China had begun a mass operation to produce fake U.S. driver's licenses, move them to the United States, and have Chinese citizens here on our soil, both legally and illegally, go out and get fake mail-in ballots and vote to try to elect Joe Biden. By the way, the FBI intelligence says this Chinese operation from a Chinese intelligence source that the FBI was handling was designed to help Joe Biden beat Donald Trump. It's very important. That was the intention. The intelligence was strong enough to send out to all of the intelligence agencies, and then a few days later, it was called back on the auspices that they wanted to re-interview the source. Now, the source was re-interviewed a second time, stuck to his story. In the meantime, the Customs and Border Patrol, Border Protection Agency intercepted 20,000 of these fake driver's IDs, essentially corroborating the intelligence. But the Biden administration, the Chris Wray FBI, they simply covered this up. And for 5 years, we were kept in the dark until this intelligence document was sent last night to Chuck Grassley from Kash Patel.
No. We weren't kept in the dark, brother. You went after this. That's true. It was a bald-faced lie, was it not? They lied about this and covered it up. Yeah. They were lying. That's right. No, you're right. I just want to make sure I get that, because you went after this, every people, because we were called nutcases, kooks, conspiracy theorists, under every bed we got a Chinese Communist Party member, all of that, right? And it turns out we were 100% accurate about directionally we knew something was up there. Is that essentially what the story is this morning?
Yeah, there's another very important thing to keep in mind with this. This intelligence shows that China saw mail-in ballots as an enormous vulnerability during the COVID-19 pandemic, because And our enemies look for weaknesses, not for strengths. They don't look for the hardest thing to do. They look for the easiest thing to do to us. That is a warning sign. Now, lots has happened since 2020, and with all of the voter ID and other things, we've tightened up laws in several states. And where we've tightened up the laws in the states, people vote more because they have greater confidence in the system. But China saw this as an exploitable operation, and I think that should concern all of us. And in any state that doesn't have their mail-in voting to the proximal best security measures, there's a foreign enemy looking to exploit it right now. That's what these documents show.
Wow, you guys, what do you think about that? Is that incredible or what? More and more details coming out about 2020, dirty details about 2020. That's incredible. That's a lot of information. And I love how he said it was kept from us for 5 years or hid and whatever. And Gian is like, oh, no, they knew. They just, they lied about it. That's just incredible stuff. So like I said, look at, we've got all this information that you can find from people from all these different websites going on. And it is almost like information overload. However, when we're here on this channel sharing like we are tonight, that's the one place that you can go stop. You get all this information, you get updated on everything else. And I think it's wonderful. So once again, thanks everybody for joining me. We originally went on to catch you up and to find out if Trump was going to give a presser or a speech to the United States of America or the world or whatever tonight. But they did say, Jeff B told us they put a lid on it, which they did. So apparently he's not going to be doing that tonight. But that's why we initially went on. But it's fun to stay caught up in everything and catch up with you guys. So I appreciate it. If you haven't already, if you could like and share the channel, that would be great. We really appreciate it. I have another clip here that I found that I want to bring up here as well with John Solomon. And it is regarding China as well. So let's go ahead and play this as well, you guys.
Before I read the piece that you
start over.
I'm shocked, and it takes a lot to shock me.
Yeah,
when this story first broke, I thought that there must be some details about it that are more speculative than you can rely on. But the more I read the piece that you published and saw what Kash submitted to Chuck Grassley, there are several levels of this that are concerning almost beyond belief. So obviously the first family itself was taking millions of dollars from China. The Biden first family through Hunter Biden and China CEFC Energy, China CEFC Energy was taking $5 to $10 million in consulting fees from Chinese energy firms as Hunter Biden was flying on Air Force One to China with Vice President Biden in order to secure those deals. Biden's CIA director, Bill Burns, took millions of dollars from China when he was the head of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace for 7 years before becoming CIA director, taking CCP members and putting them on Carnegie's board, as well as forming a joint Carnegie-China center so that they could cooperate more closely. Tony Blinken, the Secretary of State, was the managing director of the Penn Biden Center, which took millions of dollars from China. So all the way up and down the entire foreign policy establishment of the Biden administration, from the White House to the CIA to the State Department, you had millions of dollars being juiced by the Chinese government the entire time. And then the more you think about this story, the more shocking it gets when you think about the massive biggest election censorship event in human history, which was DHS CISA's censorship of the 2020 election, specifically to stop election misinformation, which was all run out of a group that Chris Krebs formed called the Countering Foreign Influence Task Force, which you would think would have been the exact task force at DHS set up to stop something like this and set up to be responsive to something like this, when in fact it did the exact opposite. They told us there was no foreign interference. Now, how does the FBI know this, and the CIA know this, and the DHS task force, who is responsible for stopping the domestic side of this operation, not be informed? How is it possible that this intelligence was circulated at the FBI and CIA levels, but not at the DHS level? And so that is an immediate question for Chris Krebs and Alex Stamos
Well, we can actually answer the question for you, Mike, too. The document I saw, I actually saw the document and got some of the quotes from it. It was circulated to the Department of Homeland Security in addition to the CIA. So they were, now it doesn't say CISA, it does say DHS, so at least the senior component got it. And when it was called back, they asked all those agencies to destroy it. So it was sent out to Homeland.
Now get this. The DHS censorship operation run out of CISA, together with EIP, this 4-group consortium of 120 individual censors monitoring the entire internet across 15 different platforms to censor pro-Trump tweets or anyone who cast doubt on the integrity of the 2020 election. In the slide deck presentations of those censors who were set up by DHS, who got to use CISA's 24/7 cyber mission control to flag tweets, in those presentations, they specifically finger out a specific tweet by Donald Trump on June 22nd, and I'll read it. Rigged 2020 election. This is all caps. Rigged 2020 election. Millions of mail-in ballots will be printed by foreign countries and others. It will be the scandal of our times. Now, DHS's censorship network specifically cited that tweet as one of the reasons they needed to scramble to form this wide-spanning, totalizing censorship operation. And the fact that they specifically were set off by tweets by Donald Trump insinuating that foreign countries may be printing ballots or taking advantage of the mail-in ballot system in the operation that Kash just laid out, while that was the triggering tweet among several others to set up this entire censorship operation, while DHS had inside classified knowledge that is exactly what was going down and that Donald Trump was in fact correct. So they set up the censorship operation. In part, it would seem to suggest that their knowledge of this at the senior level of DHS or at the Chris Krebs level may have been motivated in part by a desire to keep quiet these various scandals, because as China was backing the entire Biden foreign policy establishment, literally and monetarily, the idea that China would be exploiting this would be a massive, massive, massive scandal, especially on the heels of Russiagate, where that entire apparatus used all of that power and abuse of the FBI and Justice Department in order to go after foreign powers interfering in elections. That could have been a scandal that could have tipped the election. So the idea that not only would they censor it at the FBI and CIA level, but that DHS itself could be activated to censor anyone who might suggest that a foreign body like China may be exploiting the mail-in ballot system.
Gosh, what do you guys think about that? That was a whole lot of information. That is incredible. Like I said, we knew a lot of things and suspected a lot of things when it comes to 2020. But when you see the detail here and you listen to the level of fraud that was going on and how the first family was taking millions of dollars from China, and this Biden CIA director, Bill Burns, took millions of dollars from China. How do you beat that? That is an incredible thing that's come to fruition here. And like I said, the White House from Biden had millions of dollars being juiced from the Chinese government. We were told we were crazy, like they said. Now, as all this time has passed, here we go. We're finding all these gory details out. We've got facts, we've got numbers, we've got time frames, we've got connections. It's just incredible. So this is just another aspect exploding besides all this stuff going on with Israel and Iran. What is even going on? I haven't even looked recently with Russia and Ukraine. Have you guys? Let's go back to this for a second. And so between this coming out about 2020, all this information, as well as Iran and Israel going on, do any of you in chat know the latest on Russia and Ukraine? Is there anything that you can share with us about what's going on with that? I do like that Putin did speak with President Trump yesterday, and that he actually Thank you. And that he actually decided not to back Iran anymore. That's a positive movement. And while I wait to see if you guys have anything you can share with us about Russia and Ukraine, I want to share this to you guys from J.D. Vance, Vice President J.D. Vance, regarding Trump, regarding the mindset of our president as he's maneuvering through Israel and Iran. And this is a statement he put out that I think you guys should hear. And it helps you give a deeper understanding into what President Trump, no matter what you think about him, what he's really feeling and what he's trying to do and accomplish through this. So let's read this. This is from J.D. Vance. It says, look, I'm seeing this from the inside and am admittedly biased towards our president and my friend. But there's a lot of crazy stuff on social media. So I wanted to address some things directly on the Iran issue. First, POTUS has been amazingly consistent over 10 years that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Over the last few months, he encouraged his foreign policy team to reach a deal with the Iranians to accomplish this goal. The president has made clear that Iran cannot have uranium enrichment, and he said repeatedly that this would happen one of two ways, the easy way or the other way. Second, I've seen a lot of confusion over the issue of civilian nuclear power and uranium enrichment. These are distinct issues. Iran could have civilian nuclear power without enrichment, but Iran rejected that. Meanwhile, they've enriched uranium far above the level necessary for any civilian purpose. They've been found in violation of their non-proliferation obligations by the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is hardly a right-wing organization. Now, this is J.D. Vance, you guys. It is one thing to want civilian nuclear energy. It's another thing to demand sophisticated enrichment capacity. And it's still another to cling to enrichment while simultaneously violating basic non-proliferation obligations and enriching right to the point of weapons-grade uranium. I have yet to see a single good argument for why Iran needed to enrich uranium well above the threshold for civilian use. I have yet to see a single good argument for why Iran was justified in violating its non-proliferation obligations. I've yet to see a single good pushback against the IAEA's findings. Meanwhile, the president has shown remarkable restraint in keeping our military's focus on protecting our troops and protecting our citizens. He may decide he needs to take further action to end Iranian enrichment. That decision ultimately belongs to the president. And of course, people are right to be worried about foreign entanglement after the last 25 years of idiotic foreign policy. But I believe the president has earned some trust on this issue. And having seen this up close and personal, I can assure you that he has only interested in the American military to accomplish the American people's goals. Whatever he does, that is his focus. And I think that is an amazing and wonderful statement by J.D. Vance regarding the president's mindset and how his mindset really hasn't changed and that he's given chance after chance. And I think it's really important to pay attention to all things that are being said and then see the visuals and the follow through. Like I said, you have to put your emotions aside about, oh my gosh, and like Vance said here, yes, nobody is happy about this. After 25 years of idiotic foreign policy, people are going to be worried about foreign entanglements. I agree with that 100%. But for him to say this about the president is incredible. And it's a good, like I said, validation to our president being solid, putting us first and loving this country, which many of us realize, but there's still plenty of people that don't believe it. I don't know what the other people that don't agree with Trump or want to understand that Trump's been trying to negotiate what way better it would be to handle this situation, or the situation across many of these foreign leaders in the countries, what would their answer be? I hear, oh, Trump this, Trump that, but I never hear a counter statement that includes meat and direction and a plan of how they would like to see things handled or what they think the better option is. If a president is offering to negotiate and talk, and they give a certain timeline and they warn them over and over, don't do this or this is going to happen, and they still ignore all that, what are the options? The options are to bow over and let them run over you and your country and your people? I don't think so. Trump is not going to do that. So I think that was a wonderful compliment that the vice president had to say about President Trump. And I think it was really good. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to letting you guys look at this while I look for a little bit more information here. Once again, thank you for joining me. We've been on 2 hours and 19 minutes already, you guys, covering all the things that have been popping over the last few weeks, months, and trying to stay on top of it and educating you guys, and you guys educating me as well for the information that you have to share as well. So I truly do appreciate it. And once again, if you haven't liked and shared the channel, if you could do that, I'd really appreciate that. That helps us out. And let's see if there's anything else that I can bring to our attention while we watch these live videos, live cameras, I should say, feeds from Israel and Tel Aviv and the surrounding areas. Well, I think this is a good one to show you guys. Let's show you this now. I found this about Rep. Andy Biggs. Let's see what he has to say about everything going on.
I'm a big believer that President Trump is trying to get to peace here. I think he's genuinely does not like war. And he certainly promised, and I think he truly is there. He doesn't want to get us involved into a forever war, a long-term, multi-generational war. So, yeah, I would say there's a possibility, but that's kind of a hypothetical. And I think Iran doesn't want to get into that kind of situation either. We'll see what happens in the next day or two. I don't believe Iran can actually keep this up. I also believe that there are lots of reports that they're seeking some kind of mediation. And I do think at some point you're going to see Iran seek that mediation.
Yeah.
And I'm a big believer.
So we know that Trump said today, yes, they are looking for mediation, but no, he's done mediating. So it is definitely off the table now. As President Trump said, he's not going to negotiate. That time is over. He gave them plenty of time. You don't mess around. He warned them. He gave them ample time. Hello, Sherry Covert. Good to see you. Welcome to the channel and the show tonight. Let's cover this too. Let's see this down here. This continues with what we played earlier. It's a continuation about the 2020 stuff. So let's look at what Rep. Andy Biggs has to say about this real quick, you guys.
Information that came perhaps.
Okay, let's start at the beginning. Here we go.
Well, it certainly explains why there were reports of document shredders at the FBI headquarters after Donald Trump was elected president, because there was going to be some information that came perhaps. And that's what we get to here. I'm pleased that Kash Patel is the FBI director. I am pleased that he is releasing this information. I'm pleased that your team is on top of it. But I will tell you what, I'm livid at this, because if anybody mentions election integrity, you're considered a wacko nut job. And it turns out that the FBI had at least raw data. They had a source that was telling them that China was going to attempt to manipulate our election, and they let that go without investigating it fully.
Yeah. Congressman, I think at best, it is pathological incuriosity. The fact that they didn't want to investigate, the fact that they wanted this just kind of shoved under the rug with shredded pieces of paper. But at worst, it's corruption, because at that end of the spectrum, you've got intelligence officials in this country who were okay with the election being swung in the direction of Joe Biden. Maybe it's not one or the other. Maybe it's somewhere in between. But what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that gets to really the question of why. Why didn't you pursue the investigation? Why didn't you release the information at the time? Why did you have the intelligence community back off and the other agencies delete this information? And so that gets ultimately to the culpable mental state. What was in the head of whoever made these decisions? And that leads us back to, was this Christopher Wray making these decisions, or was this a subordinate? And we need to know who, we need to know why.
Yeah, it's really important. When you hear, sir, that Kash Patel says everything he's been told is that it's never really got run to ground. They actually didn't check it out. Even now, 5 years later, is there a value to the American public to find out if China did try to put its thumb on the scale of our election?
Absolutely there is, because it gets to the heart of whether you can trust the most fundamental basic institution of a constitutional republic, which is the vote, the franchise. And if that's been tampered with and then been covered up either purposefully or by sheer incompetence, or what, as Amanda said, somewhere in between, then yes, it is of great value, great worth to us to know who, what, when, why. And by the way, if there was criminal activity going on here, you are running out of runway because the statute of limitations is just about over. And good grief. That means that you would have let some really bad apple go free, and we need to get to the bottom of that.
Holy cow, I didn't even think about that, the statute of limitations being up, you guys. That was not even something I thought about. I didn't know there would be that in this kind of situation. That's incredible. So it seems like with all this is getting unveiled in the nick of time, and Andy Biggs is correct. We need to get on top of that. It's been 5 years hidden from us or whatever it may be, but now we know it's there. So let's start digging in right away. Let's get moving on this as quick as possible. It's just so disheartening. Like I said, you guys, there's, we live in the most wonderful place in the world. And to think that there are so many bad people that tried to change it, take it away from what we love and what this country is just really sad. And it is stressful, and it makes you livid. You get livid and infuriated. But with this being exposed, like I said, the exposure is the first part. Having all your I's dotted and T's crossed is very important. They seem to have all that now. So now it's a matter of taking care of business and bringing it to fruition. Arrests, changing things, correcting things that can be corrected. But that is kind of fearful for me to think that the statute of limitations was almost up. I had no clue about that. And then don't forget, as we go back to Iran here, let's go back to the cameras here. Let me share it. The skyline seems to be, let me see, just pretty calm here. But what I was going to say was, don't forget, before Barack Obama left office, he did indeed send $1.7 billion of cash to Iran. Why was that? What was that about? Did we ever figure out why? How was he able to do that? Why would he do that? So it's incredible to think that's a huge amount of money for an exiting president to give to Iran. Iran wasn't a peaceful place. What was he doing and why? Just got a message from Jeff B. 10 more refuelers did take off, and now there are all kinds of hellos over DC, possible COG. So helicopters over DC. That's pretty interesting. So 10 more refuelers did take off. The refuelers are heading out to help them should they need it. We know that they've been supplying that for the last couple days and stuff as well. So it's been pretty interesting as we watch this develop. So we'll see if there's any more to come tonight. A little bit longer here. Let's look through some more stuff to see what I can bring you.
Well, it certainly explains.
We won't do that. And we're going to see. But this whole thing, FBI intel on China and the 2020 ballot plot, that's incredible to me. Congress gave that. It's just so disheartening. So here's a little clip. This is interesting, you guys, and this is very truthful. From Real America's Voice, once again, Steve Bannon talking about the economic impact about this with us. So let me go ahead and share this, and we'll play this little clip here. Start at the beginning. Here we go.
But if this continues down the path, then clearly Israel's going to keep pounding the Persians, and the Persians going to pound back. How and if the oil assets and resources get hit down there by Basra and those massive fields down there, what's your sense of where this could head as far as financial markets and particularly gold?
Look, I think it's in our interest for President Trump to try and end this as quickly as possible. Obviously, a lot of it's out of his control, but the longer this goes on, the worse it is for global financial markets. We saw an immediate response, obviously, from energy markets. We saw a 7.5% spike in oil prices last Friday. On the back of that, obviously, gold, the traditional safe haven, when U.S. Treasuries are not, spiked as well. It drove up 1.5% on the back of that news alone. From a broader economic perspective, regional instability adds to fuel the existing inflation that's happening here in the United States and around the world. And it comes at a time when major economies are already strained, right? Europe's in recession, China's growth is spluttering, and our own GDP in the first quarter was negative 0.3%. So I would say geopolitical shocks like this, they don't create an economic crisis, but they put pressure on financial system and make the cracks worse at a time when we really can't afford to. So this isn't welcome news domestically for the economy, but I don't see where this goes. We've had sanctions on Iran since the 1970s. They don't appear to be stopping them pursuing a nuclear weapon. I don't know. Again, geopolitics is not my forte. From an economic standpoint, we've got to end this as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it's going to be the catalyst for the Fed to keep interest rates where they are. That's the last thing we need from a debt standpoint and from a growth standpoint.
True that. We know, that's on the other side, the economic impact that it's going to have 100%. But, it's always that way, isn't it? So it's incredible to me. So let's go. I had something else here. Let me see. Jeff B sent me. Okay, so Jeff B said that Pakistan has just threatened Israel. So apparently now Pakistan is threatening Israel and joining in on the threats and what's going on. We don't like to see that. We want to see a decrease, not increase. And then here we go. Oh, this is interesting too. The DOJ has directed Colorado Secretary of State Jena Griswold to turn over all records tied to the 2024 presidential election amid allegations she was involved in leaking voting machine BIOS passwords. Oh my goodness. So here we go, tied to the 2024 presidential election. The DOJ has directed Colorado Secretary of State Jena Griswold to turn over all the records. So this is another impact on the election, obviously. More investigation to come, more things they're concerned about. Crazy. So let's see what else is going on here. Earlier tonight, the IRGC tested an advanced Fatah-1 hypersonic missile against Israel's air defenses in Tel Aviv. In total, 12 different Israeli interceptor missiles were launched, but due to the complex maneuvering and high speed of the Fatah-1, it passed through all of them. Iran has barely used any of these advanced missiles during the recent barrages. Well, that's not good news. That is not good news to find out that the attacks that have been happening in Israel from Iran, they haven't used these advanced missiles. Now, I talked to you guys earlier and said that Israel expected it to be a lot more hits last night, hundreds of hits, and instead it was only 10 hits because a lot of the ballistic missiles were already taken out by Israel. So the hope was that these missiles, they didn't have many left. They didn't have the launchers left. but obviously it just came through Jeff B that Iran has barely used any of the advanced missiles during the recent barrages, which means, is that true what Iran was saying, that we're going to see things that we're going to talk about for centuries because they're going to release these. Now, once again, the Fatah is the Fatah FATTAH-1 hypersonic missile against Israel's air defense in Tel Aviv. They took a total of 12 different Israeli interceptor missiles. They were launched, but due to the complex maneuvering and high speed of the Fatah 1, it passed through all of them. That is not good news. Iran has barely used any of these advanced missiles during recent barrages, so maybe things are going to increase like Iran had promised. Outlandish. Yeah, KN, they are getting very interesting. Like that guy said, there's like a quiet little pause for a moment here, and now this other intel is coming in. El Donato Trumpo posted this. I want to talk shit on TV and my team won't let me. Nobody puts baby in the corner. That is hilarious. You know what? I need to find it again. Let me see if I can find it. Donato Trumpo. He had a little meme that he posted, and he cracks me up. I do follow him, and he does follow me. And these memes that he just is really hilarious. Let me see if I can find. Let me go back up here while because you're looking at the, you're looking at the live stream there. So let's see. There was something he posted. I was going to post it, was share with you guys because it was really funny. It was a very funny meme. Oh wait, remember this, you guys? Let's share this. Remember this? It's Donald Trumpo posted this about Trump. Let me share this. There we go. Remember this, you guys? The good old days.
You're not ordinary.
Wait, here we go.
I could do this all day. I wouldn't mind this job. I like this job. I think I might come back and do it again. Thank you. Look at that. Look at that. Thank you, Mr. President. You made it possible for ordinary people like us to be here. You're not ordinary. I mean, thank you so much for everything. I can see. We pray for you, and you are the type of person we want to be the president. Thank you so much. So nice. Thank you very much. Yeah, I took a bullet. That's right. Thank you, Mr. President. When you think about it, I guess that's right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So here it is, the president of the United States. Remember when he did this? This was, it was amazing. I mean, he's on the ground talking with normal people, doing normal people jobs. Remember the whole garbage truck thing as well. Then he's at the drive-through of McDonald's, and yet he's, can negotiate and run the United States of America, and he can be serious. I've always said that about Trump. He doesn't take himself too seriously. See, people say, yeah, he's got an ego and stuff, maybe, but he can still laugh at himself. And a good little pun is a good little pun for him. It's publicity, and he's got a great personality. Not everybody's going to agree with him, but I love that he's not a stick in the mud. I love that he always continually has hope and admiration for the American worker, for this country, for the military, for the different ceremonies for the military and all the stuff. What did he just post? Is it Donald or is it Donado? Outlandish, which one? Let me look and see. The last thing he oh God, it's okay. All right. Okay, I don't know what this is saying. He posted this 2 minutes ago. Let's see what this says, you guys. Here we go.
I'm not afraid of Zionists in the dancing guy, the YMCA shaking booty guy with nice hair, in rallies, he dances and shit. I'm not afraid of them. I have surprise for them. Big surprise. They will never forget surprise. For centuries, they will remember surprise. After I give the order. I'm not afraid of Zionists in the dancing guy, the YMCA shaking booty guy with nice hair. That is
hilarious. See, you got to have a little sense of humor, you guys. All this stuff is so serious. let me see. The last thing that the Ayatollah posted, because I have him on X as well, was 3 hours ago. And I read that at the beginning of the show, but I'll read it again. The Ayatollah did post, "We must give a strong response to the terrorist Zionist regime. We will show the Zionists no mercy." That means Israel. So that is the last thing that the Ayatollah the Ayatollah did post. There's no update on any of his posts. But I think that having a little bit of light in this darkness is important, and it's fun to share all these different videos with you guys, just finding them and just having a good time with it. So I'm going to scroll and I'm going to put it back on the video, and let's see if we can find a couple other good ones here that Il Donaldo Trumbo does post. Let me go back to here. Let's look at this. Share this tab. Let's see if there's other ones. So he did put that 4 minutes ago. Oh, there. Yes. And then I played you the one with the harp and the, yeah. Let's see. Oh, this is a very inspirational. Let's play this one.
For a festival.
Let's start.
This morning, as many as 200,000 people expected in Washington, D.C. to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army. The National Mall center stage for a festival, flyover, and historic military parade.
Thanks to their extraordinary service and devotion, 250 years later, America stands tall, America stands proud, and America stands free.
You guys, I didn't talk about that tonight. Did you guys watch the parade? Hey, Joe Carroll Dodds, good to see you. I totally understand. Thanks for being here. Yeah, watching the parade was incredible and amazing to look at our military and the power they have, and just for Trump to honor the Army, their 250th anniversary. The fireworks at the end were spectacular and amazing. But that's what I mean, you guys. When's the last time that you can remember a president being so dedicated to the military or this country that way? Not anybody that I can think of. And that's what I love about Trump too, because he celebrates this country so much. The money that were spent on the parade, I know a lot of people on the left, even the mayor of DC, was giving him some gruff about spending that money for that. And I think, how dare you, when we've seen how much money that has gone to waste and corruption through Doge and everything else they've exposed. So how dare they have the gall to say we shouldn't celebrate our military on the 250th anniversary of the Army, I should say. And that is money well spent. Money's well spent when it goes to our veterans, when it goes to people that have mental health issues that need help, and our own citizens. I'm all about pouring all that money back into the country and our people, helping the people that serve this country. And if they don't end up paying the ultimate price of their lives, God bless them, but they are risking that. And when they come home and they need help, and they have body parts that have been amputated or need to be amputated or torn off from war, when they have mental issues, PTSD on that, and we don't have the wherewithal to support them 100% for what they did for us, is disgusting to me. It will always be disgusting. And any president that does not put them in the forefront and put money towards new equipment like Trump did. He went out to Selfridge Air Force Base, where it's actually in Michigan, not far from where I used to live, and he supplied them with new choppers and different equipment. How dare politicians and so-called presidents that care for this country send our men and women off to war, these numerous wars that lasted so long. They gave the ultimate sacrifice, the families that sacrifice, and you don't want to supply them with health care or a stability of jobs or housing or whatever it may be they need. We should give them every single thing they need, because when we see now all the waste Doges have uncovered, all the money that we have that we could be helping those people, and we aren't, it's just disgusting. And that's not what this country is about. So let me see. We were monitoring the Israel and Iran threat, and it's already getting faulty there. Interesting. Daylight, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So we'll have to see, because if these powerful missiles that the Iranians are going to put out there, they sound pretty scary and pretty disturbing from what Jeff B had gave me information on. So if they start shooting those off, that is going to be a whole different ball game, unfortunately. To me, from what I know, it seems like Iran has a lot more power than I thought they had. So not that I know much, but I didn't think they had as much as they did have. So, I mean, that's kind of troublesome to me to learn that new piece of information from Jeff B. Let's see if there's a couple more videos here. There's the thing he posted, and it's got an airplane flying over there, and it says bacon is delicious. That's what you were talking about, Outlandish. Okay, so this is him posting Il Donato Trumpo. Remember in June 22nd of 2020, Trump did post and said, rigged 2020 election, millions of mail-in ballots will be printed by foreign countries and others. It will be the scandal of our times. Once again, as we talked about this evening with Cash and all the information that's come out, it looks like that's just another thing that President Trump was right about. Let's see. Let's see what this little clip is about with Bannon and Tucker. Let me do this.
So Tucker, I know you're a little sensitive, right?
Okay,
so Tucker, I know you're a little sensitive right now because of this whole Trump thing, but I do need to ask you, are you or are you not a kooky person?
Well, I would ask you, Steve, do you think I'm kooky? I mean, do you really think I'm a kooky person?
Well, maybe your laugh is a bit kooky, Tucker. It sounds kind of fake, if I'm being completely honest.
What the fuck, Steve? Where did that come from?
What
language?
You asked me to be honest. I'm just saying you kind of have a weird little forced little laugh going. You know what? Can we please play the tape of Tucker laughing? Just any tape of him doing that weird little kooky laugh. Do we have it?
I should have stayed home today.
Okay, here we go. Okay.
Oh, that was funny, you guys. That was a really good. That was really good. Oh my gosh, they are really funny, and it is. He does have a kooky laugh. That's true, and it's like you can't tell if he means it or he doesn't mean it. You know what I mean? It just is all out. It's crazy, but let's go back to these live footage again here and see. You know, this footage is nice to have it, but like I said, wherever it's at, it's been very quiet, and it's almost like the calm before the storm, you guys. You think? And LW should be here in about, I think, 10 minutes. He just texted me. He's on his way home, so he will be joining me in about 10 minutes or less. Let's see. I think that's about it for El Donato Trumpo, his post. Let's see if there's anything breaking in the news as far on the newspapers or anything new that I didn't report on already for you guys. Let's go to home. Nope, we already did that. Okay, so here's a statement that came out. Let's read through this, you guys. This statement just came out from the G7 joint statement. Let's see. G7 joint statement. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. The leaders of the group of 7 nations issued a joint statement from their summit in Canada, supporting Israel's right to self-defense and making it clear that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. The joint statement posted online by the Office of Summit host Prime Minister Mark Carney reads in its entirety, "We, the leaders of G7, reiterate our commitment to peace and stability in the Middle East. In this context, we affirm that Israel has a right to defend itself. We reiterate our support for the security of Israel. We also affirm the importance of the protection of civilians. Iran is the principal source of regional instability and terror. We have been consistently clear that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We urge that the resolution of the Iranian crisis leads to a border de-escalation of hostilities in the Middle East, including a ceasefire in Gaza. We will remain vigilant in the implications for our international energy markets and stand ready to coordinate, including with like-minded partners to safeguard market stability." So the nations included are Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the United Kingdom, and the United States. And once again, we knew that President Trump departed from the summit on Monday night to deal with and address the Iran-Israel conflict. Now, so far, Trump and his office have been somewhat evasive about this exact reason for leaving the G7 meeting early. So that's speculation. So we're not going to speculate. And that's all there is. So that is the update. So they are releasing the joint statement that they do agree that Israel has a right to do what they're doing. So I like this. I really like it. What is going on? Someone posted on Truth could have been poisoned. You know what, Harvest Mary Moon, that's the first thing that seems to be coming into our minds, right? Because we know a couple years ago when a lot of the patriots were going out to these different events that different people were holding, there was concern that there was going to be poison there of some sort. I heard when actually LW and I went to the Mike Lindell event in Missouri, people were saying there was stuff that could be put in the vents and could make people sick. And I remember hearing that some people got sick at certain other events on the food they ate. So there was all this stuff going on back and forth, and it seemed to just disappear or go away. But however, I'm not going to cast that aside because something did happen. She had an allergic reaction to something, but she is, if you guys didn't hear earlier, there was a statement released. Tulsi Gabbard is alert and she is recovering. Everything is fine. So, I'm not going to speculate, but I'm saying I'm not going to put it out of the question either. With what happened when, the Democrats, the one guy that just got arrested that was accused for taking out the lady that did vote with the Republicans. And I talked about that story earlier tonight as well. I don't put anything past anybody at this point. This is like live or die is basically where we're at. The people that are fighting to keep control will stop at nothing to keep that control. They do not want to give up and go out because they know they're going down. They know that Trump and his administration has their number. They know that we, the American people, have a lot of their numbers, that they aren't going to get away with it. They don't want to be in cuffs or worse. They want to keep living their wonderful, fruitful lives with their jets and homes and all the money line pockets from our money that they did, and to stay corrupt. You know, the big thing with Doge, why do you think everybody attacked Elon Musk? And Elon's the same as Trump. Remember, everybody loved Trump when he was in the early stages of his being famous, building these big buildings in New York. Think about the monumental task that was, that the people he had to deal with, Trump, to build what he built in New York. Remember, the mob was big then too, as well. You know, Giuliani was around as well. It's Rudy Giuliani as mayor. So Trump dealt with all that and accomplished things and was legit. And I'm not implying he had anything to do with the mob. What I'm saying is, starting from back then, if there was anything on Trump, they would have found it by now, because we know they've raked him through the coals all these years. So as he continues on and he goes into TV, and he had the successful TV show, the one that said You're Fired, which was amazing. Remember Omarosa, the lady Omarosa that was there that he went and sparred with, one of the contestants on there. But then, you know, all the celebrities and everybody loved him then. It was only when he got in politics and he couldn't be bought, sold, or taken control of, that they turn their backs on him. And that's the same thing that happened to Elon. Everybody on the left loved Elon. Drive Teslas. We want all these, gas out of the way. We want windmills, and we want these Teslas to be driven. Everybody has to do them. Remember, they were trying to get all of the gas cars out by a certain time, 2035 or something. Then when Elon partook in Doge and started cleaning house, unraveling all the waste and the abuse of our money, our taxpayer money, of the USAID, that is when they turned their backs on him as well, because they realized, they thought maybe he was one of them, but then he disclosed all the wrongdoings that they did, and they didn't like it. Remember, that's fresh in our memory about the Tesla dealerships that were caught on fire, the keying up of Tesla vehicles people were driving, and the damage that people were putting onto Tesla vehicles when they saw them all across this country. So let's just pull back for a moment and realize, when you do what they want you to do, they love you. When you don't, they turn their backs on you. And that is going to be individual people that give them their vote. That is going to be their own family members. They stop at nothing to keep control and power with what they have. So, like I said, President Trump and Elon have that in common. They may not always agree, and we may not always agree with them, but the basis of who they are is about America and is about we the people, and keep making us strong, making us leaders in technology, making us leaders in innovation with everything electrical, with technology, with the AI, with making sure that workers are taken care of and all that stuff. So it is incredible. So what Harvest Mary Moon, what keeps playing in my head a lot here lately is that Trump was the only thing standing in their way from getting the people. Yes. And, this is the thing that somebody said too the other day. I forget who it was, but they said, you know what? Trump stood between Israel and Iran. Here comes LW. I see him galloping upping to his chair. Here he comes. He's the only one that stood between Israel and Iran, and he did a great job of it. So once they wouldn't negotiate, he stepped out of the way, and that's when Israel attacked. So they said, really, he was the only one that stood in the way of both of them from the conflict, trying to negotiate and getting things done. And then the next thing you know, he steps aside because they wouldn't negotiate, and all heck breaks loose. So, you're right, Harvest and other people. That's what they have in common. They stand in their truth, and they do what is best. And they don't flim-flam back and forth. And we got to love that about them. I see there's an LW in his hot seat. Do you want me to bring you in? You want me to bring you in? Okay, here we go. Hey, welcome back, Jack.
Hey. What's
How's
up?
it going?
Oh, it's going. It's definitely going.
Yeah?
Jeff's been blowing me up. I asked him if he wanted to join us tonight. I haven't seen a response from him, but he's definitely been keeping us posted, and I'm sure you've been keeping everybody abreast of what's going on.
Yes, it's been a wonderful night. We've shared a lot of videos and finally made it. Here he is. He's last minute Larry. I call him last minute Larry because he does make it. It's just not always in a timely fashion. It's LW time, and that's you take it or you leave it.
Do you know if the producer is here or not?
Not that I know of. I've been doing it all myself. It's been amazing.
Okay. Well, I will change this then so I can see what's going on. There we go. All right.
Yeah,
I see everybody tonight. So, Tammy, we talked earlier about possibly taking live callers too. So we can also do that here in a bit if you'd like to attempt to do that. You also can exit stage left if you need a break. I appreciate the fact that Tammy's been holding down the fort now for about 2.5 hours since we started this live and doing an excellent job. I tried to watch a little bit, but I was preoccupied with business. So nothing explosive yet, but Jeff has been telling us, and I've been reading on some other things. You like my shirt?
I do like that shirt. It's very colorful.
So it's flamingos. Anyway, I've been reading a lot to where it says to expect some stuff tonight.
Yes. Yes. And now one of the things that Jeff did tell us that I just talked about, a few minutes ago, that was very troubling to me is let me pull it up because I'm not good with the names of these special things that they fire off and stuff. So I want to make sure that I'm accurate.
Well, while you're looking that up, Tammy, what do you think about them? Because this is something that we were kind of talking about right before I had to leave, is about them. What'd they call that? Where they capped it off or whatever for tonight?
They called the lid on it.
They put a lid on it. So what did you find out about all that?
So it's been quiet. So this is what I've been reporting. I looked up to see what Trump had to say. So I looked him up on Truth Social, and all he said is he's going to start digging or finish the holes for the flags on the White House on both sides that he's paying for. It's a gift. And that 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, he's going to be there to raise the flags.
Isn't that crazy?
That's his last post.
Yeah. And you can see that the sun is just now starting to come up over there, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So as the sun's going down here in America, the sun's coming up over there in the Middle East. So I don't know. New day dawning.
But remember, the Ayatollah said, or the Iran state said, that tonight we're going to have something to talk about for centuries. And this
They better hurry up.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, brings me to what Jeff said. He said earlier tonight, the IRGC tested an advanced Fata-1. It's a hypersonic missile against Israel's air defenses in Tel Aviv. In total, 12 different Israeli interceptor missiles were launched, but due to the complex maneuvering and high speed of the Fata-1, it passed through all of them.
Guess who we got?
Who do we got? Do we got the Beaster?
We got the B man, Jeff B. How you doing, Jeff?
Hey.
Good, and yourself?
Good. Thank you for all your help tonight.
Yeah, Jeff's been blowing us up for 3 days straight.
Nice.
Yeah, I think we're close to the fire hose.
Yeah. Hey, Jeff, guess what I did tonight?
Smoked crack.
No, I didn't smoke crack, but I had a really good friend of mine who dropped in last minute today and asked us out for dinner. So I went to dinner, but after dinner, he wanted to go have bourbon and cigar. So in honor of Jeff B, I actually smoked a cigar, most of a cigar, probably about 80% of the cigar. But remember the time, Tammy, when we did the Thanksgiving thing and I had the peace pipe?
Yes, and you got yourself almost passing out, and you had your little headdress on
I was close to
down.
that edge. I was close to that edge tonight, and all I could think about is how does Jeff B smoke these all the time?
Oh my gosh! Well, you're not supposed to inhale.
There you go. You don't inhale.
Oh, I tried not to, but sometimes it's just habit.
Yeah.
Like Bill Clinton says, I didn't inhale. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you got, Jeff B? What do you got? I'll give you the floor.
Well, where do you want to start?
Start at the beginning, and it's all yours.
Okay, so within the last 2 or 3 hours, they have launched 10 more refuelers, and they're heading east. So that would put, once they cross they're going into Europe. So we got about 45 refuelers that have left the U.S. CONUS and flew over to Europe. So normally those tankers, each one can handle anywhere between 7 and 10 fighter jets.
Yeah.
So you're looking at 400 to 500 jets that are going to be able to be refueled. It's kind of cryptic what Trump's talking about with these flagpoles, because the conversation I had earlier today.
Thank you, Tammy.
was Trump was originally supposed to give a speech, and then the press office called a lid, and the big chair told me that not all non-essential personnel was told to leave the White House. And so that's normally staging for making sure nothing gets leaked out.
Really?
Yeah.
So it has nothing to do. 'Cause I'll be honest. When you first told us that, my first reaction was, "Is the frickin' White House gonna like possibly get hit by something? Are they moving him to Colorado, to Cheyenne Mountain, to NORAD, or
well?
So what you're saying is nothing. They do it on purpose so that nothing gets leaked out.
Correct. Yeah, they get all non-essentials. Now, within the last 30 minutes, what's commonly referred to as the Doomsday Plane. So I think we have 3 of them, 4 Doomsday Plane. Now, one did land at Andrews Air Force Base about 20 minutes ago. And some of the people that I've talked to in D.C. said that they've seen a flurry of helos flying into D.C. So possibly, in this situation, this could be the beginning of continuity of government, getting key people to certain locations, because I do think we're going to hit. We're more than likely we're going to hit Iran.
Well, that's been on the national news where they said it's pretty much imminent that the United States is going to hit Iran. And we're talking what, B-52s, B-17. I don't know all the numbers.
Yeah. So
but they're the bunker busters, right?
Yeah.
Jeff?
Yeah. I sent Tammy a video or a clip earlier of what I think is probably a Moab that was dropped near Isfahan, which is one of their enrichment facilities. I don't think, now I'm not an expert on it, but I don't think it was a nuke by any stretch, or a tactical nuke. It looked pretty much like a Moab. But in order to do what I think they're going to do, which is to totally get rid of their nuclear program, they're going to have our help. I mean, there's no 2 ways about it. And I think we're probably 24 to 48 hours away from this happening, just because you can start to see certain elements of the military instituting continuity of government.
Wow. And what about the extra carrier that's headed to the Gulf? Because they were actually, I heard earlier today, they were supposed to swap out, right?
Yeah, it's a rotation.
Routine rotation, but now they're both going to stay in the area. What's your thoughts on that, Jeff?
Well, it's probably
that's more, I would guess, like they're going to be helping the situation by staying out in the Gulf and being able to do support defense or even support offense.
Yeah, it's what they call combat air patrol. So now keep in mind, it's just not the aircraft carrier. It's the whole battle group.
Yeah, it's destroyers, cruisers, all of it.
Yeah, you got frigates, supply ships, normally 1, 2 fast attack or Seawolf submarines with them. And, the subs, they'll probably launch some T-LAMs, which is Tomahawk Land Attack Cruise Missiles. And I do know that Israel hit a university about an hour ago that, did all this for the IRGC. So they hit that probably about an hour ago, and that's going to raise the tensions in the Middle East, because the Middle Eastern press, the Islamic press, will play this as Israel is targeting innocent civilians.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the State Department had issued alerts to all the embassies within the Middle East, and they closed the U.S. embassy in Jerusalem Friday, and there's no passports, no ticketing. You have to, if you're in Israel, you have to do land exfils because they've shut down Ben Gurion Airport, and the only one I think is open is Sharm el Sheikh. So, it's to a boiling point. I'm actually surprised that Trump's held it this long, because I'm sure there were some war hawks in the Pentagon that just wanted to go in and turn it into a glass factory. But in this circumstance, Trump's damned if he does and damned if he doesn't.
Yeah.
You're gonna have people on both sides saying, "Oh, I thought you weren't getting us into any wars." Even on the Trump spectrum, you're going to have a lot of debate. So he's damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. The only thing that really concerns me is the sleeper cells, because these Islamic fundamentalists, they play the long game. They'll wait 10, 15 years before they get called to do something. And I was telling Tammy earlier in chat, just think about 2.5, 3 years ago, the guy who came across the southern border and was interviewed by the news media, and he told everybody to remember who he is, because you'll find out one day.
Oh,
I forgot about that till he said that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if they've ever picked him up, or even if they know who he is.
Well, the Biden administration probably just went ahead and bust him or flew him somewhere else.
Right.
To be honest with you, that's the way those crazy sons of bitches were.
Yeah. So I think it's the next few weeks, maybe even more, is definitely going to be very tense. But I think once the first U.S. engagement of Iran happens, that's when it's going to get really dicey.
And what do you mean by that, Jeff?
Oh, I think we're going to have high tensions, high alerts. Everybody, law enforcement, both local, state, federal, are all going to be, antsy, because I've known for 2 or 3 months when they've been deploying MRAMs and stuff like that to sheriff's offices. And I thought that was going to be for, a partial, maybe incoming state of emergency, martial law, whatever you want to call it. And I don't think it's going to happen everywhere. I think it's going to be mostly your big cities that are known to have had issues.
What about this this text you sent us earlier about Pakistan?
Yeah, so Pakistan, Imam Khan put out that if Israel or the United States attacks Iran with anything unconventional, then Pakistan's going to attack Iran. Or I'm sorry, Pakistan's going to attack Israel. Now, I'm pretty sure that Modi over in India can probably keep Pakistan in check. But you have to remember, Pakistan housed Osama bin Laden. So they have a strong Islamic fundamentalist belief system there.
Mm-hmm. Do you think anyone else in the Middle East could get involved, like Saudi Arabia or Turkey or anybody like that? Because I've been watching other people, been trying to pay attention to this since this broke. Could Turkey come to the aid of Iran, or even could Saudi Arabia get involved in any way that you see, Jeff?
Well, I don't think the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they like doing everything low key. They and they're known to play both sides of the fence. But I don't think just because of their citizenry, they're really going to come out and back Israel. Turkey's in a different situation because Turkey's a NATO partner, so they have to watch themselves as well. I think one of the countries that'll help when stuff goes sideways is going to be Jordan, because I know we sent some THAAD systems to Jordan to help protect them because they're in the line of fire from Iran to Israel. And I'm sure we're using Jordanian air bases and definitely using their airspace.
Gotcha. I was watching other stuff in the last 2 days about China. I asked you earlier today because there was some, there was some moments where it seemed like maybe China was helping Iran. There was videos coming out where there was big cargo planes landing in Iran,
Correct.
maybe offloading military assets. What do you know about that, Jeff?
Well, I mean, China does supply Iran with some key components for their missiles, and as many missiles that have been launched. I mean, granted, no one, I believe, truly knows what Iran has and how much they have.
Now, wait a minute, Jeff. I was listening to these jackasses today that said that Iran had like a total of 2,000 to 3,000 missiles before this even began.
Correct.
Who the hell in their right mind is going to start a war with 2,000 to 3,000 missiles? That doesn't even sound logical to me. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, you can go to the Red Alert app and you can basically count how many possible projectiles that have been launched. And it's more than 2,000. I mean, this has been going on, what, now for 6-7 days?
Been going on for a couple of days anyway.
Right. And, I mean, at one time, they did a barrage of over 100 missiles. And do I think... I think if Israel gets pulled in the corner, I'm not all that familiar with the Iron Dome system, but how much of that artillery do they have? And if, Bibi and Gantz get pushed into a corner, are they going to pull the Samson option, which is for the defense of Israel, they drop a tactical nuke.
Yeah.
Right now, it's that saying in that crazy alphabet that talked about a nuclear winter or the nuclear scare. I mean, I don't know how much more scare tactics can be deployed because, I mean, you got the Ayatollah coming out and, doing on Twitter, basically, peace be upon you. Like, oh, we're about ready to eat it. And then you got Trump on there saying, we know where you're at.
Yeah.
When and if we want to take you out, we can.
Do you think Trump's got the balls to drop a nuke on Iran, or do you think he'd be more tactical and actually just focus on the Ayatollah and not turn that whole state into nothing but a sheet of glass?
I don't think. I really don't.
Do you think Israel's got the balls to drop?
Yes. Yeah, I think when push comes to shove, I think Israel would.
Okay, let's run that scenario. Israel feels threatened. They drop a nuke on Iran. What happens after that, Jeff B?
You'll see all kinds of turmoil. All the Muslims, even all sects, will be in an uproar over, because that's permanent. I mean, if you drop one of those, you're going to kill innocents. That's why I don't think Trump will go that route, but I don't see the intelligence that he's seeing. Israel, on the other hand, they're their people's only going to take so much before the pressure within Israel gets too great and, Bibi has to do something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised they've taken it this long, to be
So am
totally
I.
honest.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been under barrage now. I mean, you got apartment complexes that have been hit. Now, the interesting thing, and I don't know if it was Benny Gantz or if it was Bibi that put out earlier today that they have a surprise for the Iranians, and it's going to be bigger than the pagers.
Wow.
Yeah, I heard that.
I heard that.
I seen that. You'd send that out to us. I read that. I'm like, that's bold.
Yeah.
And I've been watching a lot about Taiwan and China. I've been really focused the last 2 days on China. And when we saw a video of possibly they're helping aid Iran, do they play a part in any of this, Jeff? Now, they've made statement, and you and I haven't really talked about it yet, but Ping has made statement that by 2027 they will take Taiwan. I've ran all kinds of scenarios with other people, listened to other voices out there talking about what if that happened. I'm feeling honestly stressed out right now in Boise, Idaho, because we are running one of the biggest projects in the nation for semiconductors. I feel like that, and I haven't even talked to my family about this yet, but I feel like that puts a target on our back here in Boise, Idaho, because if China wants Taiwan, America only has two options: either go to battle with China or bomb and destroy those semiconductor plants. If those semiconductor plants are destroyed by America, I feel like that puts a target here on me in Boise, where China feels like, okay, well, we need to retaliate. We can't allow them to have this major semiconductor fabrication shops as well. And now I'm looking to get the hell out of here, because it doesn't. My gut's telling me shit ain't going the right direction, and I'm concerned about that, Jeff.
Well, if China were to pull anything, now would be the time. I would think.
So China has a population that is getting old. They don't have anybody to replace them because they did the whole one baby thing.
Right.
They talked about Saigon having the same issue, Korea having the same issue. They talked about having Japan's got the same issue. So all these nations over there, their population is getting past prime, and they're all going to be dying and wilting off like weeds. Now's the time for them to make a move if they're going to make a move. They don't have replacements to come behind them.
Right. Well, and I seen one of the talking heads talking today about, if China does move on Taiwan, they will basically control the semiconductor field.
Yeah, and Taiwan supplies America with over 95% of our semiconductors.
Correct.
They supply 60% of the world with semiconductors, and they supply like something like over 80% of the most top semiconductors produced. So Taiwan is a huge like chess piece there. And if
Right.
if Taiwan gets overtaken by China, which I'm watching all kinds of shit today where, we've talked about this before, where China went out and built all those military bases on the reefs, built their own islands across
Right.
the China Sea, to where they're now encroaching on Japanese waterways, Korean waterways, and all these. They're doing this for a reason. They're not doing this just because this is a vacation
Right.
island like the Bahamas or Fuji or any of that stuff. This is military bases, and there's some very concerned Americans out there on what's really going on when it comes to China versus Taiwan, which to me also is connected with a spider web to what's going on in Israel, Iraq, Ukraine, and Russia.
Right.
Well,
Yeah, I think it's all intertwined. How? I mean, I don't know. I could put on a tinfoil hat and, say this is all calculated. Like I was saying earlier, I don't know if it was you or if it was Brad I was talking to. You look at what Israel's doing right now. They are hitting power plants. They are hitting air defenses. They are hitting military installations. Now, warfighter strategy, the first thing I believe you would want to do is drop the power grid. And Israel has done in certain regions, they've done that. Now, look at the Russian-Ukrainian war. You mean to tell me that no one within the Russian military would think, hey, maybe we should take out their power grid first?
Mm-hmm.
To me, that whole scenario over there didn't make any sense from the get-go. And I have my theories on it. But, Russia supposedly lost this war a year ago, if you listen to some people. But they've been holding pretty strong, and now all of a sudden, Russia-Ukraine's out of the news. So I don't know. Me personally, I think I know that there was a phone call. I wasn't personally there, but I was told there was a phone call between Putin and Trump. No details on the phone call, but my guess would be Trump and Putin said, hey, we're going to keep our nose out of Ukraine. You keep your nose out of what Israel's about ready to do to Iran.
Well, that makes sense, Jeff, because Putin came out and said he's no longer backing Iran, and that was after the conversation he had with Trump yesterday.
Right. So, I think there's some serious world leadership moves being made. And I've seen, people who supported Trump on YouTube when he wouldn't when he come out and said, "No, we're going to negotiate," and then all of a sudden they flipped a coin, and now he was Iranian's puppet. Well, now that all this is coming out today, with Trump and all these messages out, now they're waving the Trump flag again. And I don't care who the leader is, it's a respect for the office. I couldn't stand Joe Biden or whoever that was, but I respected the office, and because whatever comes, yeah.
Whoever that was.
Yeah, because I don't think that was fucking Joe Biden. Because if so, that guy's a damn Jedi pushing his hand through microphones and everything else. But there's a bigger play somewhere, and how do I think this plays out? I've been wrong so many times in my theory thinking. Some things I've been right on, but I think this is going to usher into some big event that's going to transpire in the United States. That's going to require some type of martial law type stuff, and EBS. It's all culminating. The path that we've taken to get to this point isn't necessarily the path that we thought. Just look at when I sent to Tammy earlier about Kash Patel. They found a quote unquote, they found a room in the basement of the J. Edgar Hoover building with documents, fake ballots, fake IDs that was used in the 2020. And, now all of a sudden, Kash comes out talking about ballot harvesting, and the stuff's going to Chuck Grassley.
Oh, you mean the shit we talked about over 4 years ago?
Yeah,
got taken down for, got shadow banned, blocked, called crazy, called every name in the book. That shit's actually real and it's coming out, huh, Jeff?
Well, you know, they talked
I
about.
smoked a cigar for you tonight, just so you know.
Well, you know, it's been said that, you know, when it comes time, Chuck Grassley's going to harvest the corn.
Right?
Yeah, I remember that.
Remember that?
Remember
Well,
that,
now all these harvested ballots are, you know, and it's kind of funny that they're all fake ballots.
Yeah.
You know, because that was a bullshit conspiracy, and you know, I had no idea what I
They
was
can't do that.
Right. You know, and, you know, there wasn't transports done with this stuff. And now all of a sudden it's coming out that, oh, wait, you mean this stuff is there? And you know, they're pointing it to China. That could be a diversion. I mean, it's naturally, I mean, it's part of espionage, sabotage, whatever you want to call it. But it's amazing how all this stuff from 4 or 5 years ago, it seems like it's partially showing its face.
In detail too, because I played a few videos earlier, and it was all about the different people talking in gory detail about China and the CCP partaking in the stealing of 2020, and how the first family took billions and millions of dollars from China, including the head of the FBI, and on and on. So those are pretty substantial claims to not be validated by the paperwork, which they have the paperwork. So I think that is just another big bomb.
And what about the other thing that you shared with us earlier today, Tammy, about Mike Lindell?
Oh, Mike Lindell won his case. He's free and clear of everything. Now, somebody said that MyPillow didn't have to pay anything, but Mike Lindell had to pay $2.9 million. But basically, they found him free and clear, that he didn't do anything wrong. Now, people laughed at Mike Lindell, too, saying he's the pill guy. What does he know? That man put all his money in and, you know, into this, decided not to do a plea deal, to take it to court. And, you know, he won. He testified for 2 weeks and he won. So I think that is another nail in their coffin of truth that is coming out. It's amazing. You know, and you're right, Harvest. Nothing is ever deleted. It can be burnt or bleached like Hillary, but you'll be able to find it some way, somehow, somewhere.
Jeff, what do you think about what's going on domestically? Is that just being brushed under the carpet now? I watched some really cool memes today from Florida where it said, hey, Governor DeSantis says that you're good to go if you need to run over protesters that are holding you up or trying to yank you out of the car or threatening you or any of that stuff. And they did a whole commercial where these rednecks with big jacked up trucks drinking beer said, oh, I'm ready to go. Like, you guys just effed up if you think you're going to yank me out of my truck. The stuff domestically continues to go. Has it gotten any worse? Has it subsided? What's the word on domestic protest here in America?
Well, it's not as prevalent. I mean, they had their, you know, what they call it, No King's Day or whatever the hell it was.
That was gay as hell.
I mean, it seems like, I mean, you look at some of the crowds, they were some of the same signs from the BLM.
Unfortunately, there was a fuck ton of them that showed up here in the Boise Capitol, which I'm ashamed of, to be honest with you. They're a bunch of freaking idiots, but there was quite a few people that showed up here in Idaho over that thing. But the memes have been relentless and actually hilarious on, they got Trump painted as a king with red, white, and blue. I'd rather vote for a king than somebody like Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. There's been some backlash with memes with Joe Biden wearing a crown and only kings do this. And, you know, they pushed Kamala Harris through without a vote and without a primary. You know, they really have got a backfire going on with their claims of Trump being a king. Yet we saw 4 years of somebody pretending to be a king and a certain I guess, political party acting like they were kings and forcing us to do all kinds of stuff like wear face masks, stand 6 feet apart, take vaccines, can't work without this, can't work without that. I mean, it was a total dictatorship during COVID-19.
Right. And you know, they've tried to kickstart that a couple times under that administration. And, you know, I think I would say a segment of the population seen right through the BS. But yeah,
you mean guys like me and you wearing tinfoil hats?
Right. I mean,
God, I gotta make one of them sons of bitches so I can wear it on the show
all the time. Just get a whole sheet.
We were called grifters and liars, and I mean they attacked the shit out of us.
Right. Now they're all crickets.
Mm-hmm. They don't
but
have nothing to talk about but tariffs and try to convert me.
Right. Well, you know, speaking of the tariffs, you know, that affects my businesses. You know, we just did a test order just to see where it was going to put us. And, you know, it's based off of the country of production, not the country of demarc. And, you know, one of our shipments that was $8,000 ended up costing us about $5,400 in tariffs.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it affects everybody, and naturally, you know, we'll have to raise our prices on some stuff. But we do have some back doors of using the same companies, but I think they knew this was coming because they have built warehouses here in the United States. Now, granted, they still have to do the tariffs, but you know, they're able to control it a little bit more on what they charge, you know, the distributors. But going back to when you were talking about the Florida issue, you know, that sheriff of Brevard County, he come out and he basically told people, look, you can peacefully protest all you want, but the moment you spit on a cop, you push a cop, or if you pull a gun on a cop, he goes, the next call we're going to be making is to your family where to pick up your remains because you're going to be graveyard dead.
Yeah.
I think it should be that way, though.
Right.
We shouldn't be putting up with it.
No. And I think the sane part of our society is just had enough of it. You know, it's nonsense. Now, granted, I serve my country for your right to do it, but not for you to damage, you know, property or to, you know, block interstates. So whatever. No one cares about that bullshit. We got bigger problems in this country than to worry about that nonsense. And then I seen a news report today that one of these LGBTQXYZ people went to Gaza and to, you know, LGBTQ for Gaza, freeing Gaza. And my understanding was she got taken hostage.
Oh.
And she's a U.S. citizen.
Wow.
Yeah.
So,
Let them have her.
Right. Well, you know,
maybe they could fill in the rest of the alphabet with it.
Right. Person. I mean, you know, did she screw up? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she's 50-some years old, but you know, it's a whole different ball game overseas. You know, I've been through the Middle East. You don't do garbage over there like you do here.
Yeah. Because
they don't have the same rules that we have here.
Well, Jeff, you just said that you had problems with tariffs in your own business. I got an expert for you. If you need his number, I'll give it to you. You can reach out to him. They studied for 6 months on tariffs. They understand tariffs better than Donald Trump himself. They're better at a lot of things than anyone else. They proclaim that. And I'll hook you up, dude.
Yeah.
Like, they can really teach you some shit if you don't know how tariffs actually work. Don't worry about the PhDs and all the the economists that have PhDs and experts that talk about any of that shit. they got 6 months worth of studying going on and internet study, so they know what the fuck's going on, and I'll gladly hook you up with them. I have to listen to them once in a while. I'm like, holy shit. I wouldn't be saying that on air, honestly.
Right.
I wouldn't consider myself a fucking expert by having 6 months of research.
Right.
Probably not something I would put out there.
And you're only as smart as what the author wrote. So they could feed you a whole line of bullshit.
A whole line of bullshit, especially when you're leading it on the left.
Correct.
Who knows what the fuck you're reading? But yeah, they seem to know it all, and I'll let them keep saying it. I don't know it all, and tariffs, I think, can be super simple, but they can also be very complex, and you don't have a freaking clue what's really going on in our government and what they're using them for unless you're sitting in that room with everyone else talking about it. You can only speculate what you think's going on. I don't give a shit how long you've been doing stuff. I don't give a shit how many months of research you've got. I think there's a lot bigger plan out there, and it's definitely going to take some time to come to fruition.
Well,
my opinion.
Yeah, and I think with this whole tariff thing, the lead to belief was these tariffs were supposedly going to get rid of the IRS. Well,
yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
Right. Well, I mean, if you have all this income coming into the United States, like, the president talks about, then granted, it takes time. It takes legislation. We have I think we have bigger issues that are being done behind the scenes. But eventually, people like you and I are going to hold him to it because this is what you said.
Yeah, but it's already somewhat fallen apart, don't you think, Jeff? I mean, he turns it on, he turns it off. What happens when people actually choose to agree with what he wants?
Right.
I don't. Okay, this is where I'm at. I don't see tariffs paying enough to the American people where we don't have the Internal Revenue Service anymore, or where we don't pay that federal income tax. I think that's always going to be there. I just I'm not seeing it, at least in these early days.
Right.
Anyway.
Well, and I'm kind of there with you. There's not enough data that I've even thought about even looking at.
And Tammy's frustration is that here Doge comes in and does all this work, and they kind of just kick it to the curb. And I've heard for the last 3 days a lot of people beating the shit out of the Republican Party because they're not willing to actually make the cuts. And I want Tammy to speak up here on this, because she's done a lot of research on this and been reporting on it, but they're not willing to do any of the cuts. It's just, it seems like it's the same as usual. Hey, we brought it to your attention, but we're not going to do a damn thing about it. Tammy, what's your thoughts?
That's true. And I talked about that earlier, especially with the different EOs that Trump has signed. The Republicans aren't making any moves real quick on any of it. They're getting bogged down in tit for tat with the big, beautiful bill and stuff like that. And I see why Trump wants it done, because he only has so long to serve before he's out. He wants this stuff passed into law. And that's the thing. The Republicans, it's like there was this whole mass wave of what Trump did with EOs and all these stuff that he keeps promising and things that he's doing, but his hands are tied if Congress and the Senate doesn't do anything about it. And that's where the frustration lies.
Yeah.
We were
motivated.
And
Joe Carroll, real quick, Tammy, Joe Carroll says they've already collected $78 billion. I'm here to tell you, Joe, that's not enough to cancel the Internal Revenue Service, where we're not being taxed on that any longer. That's not nearly enough. $79 billion is not enough. So it's
a beginning if the tariffs keep rolling.
But here's the thing, and I'm gonna ask you and then go to Jeff, is once other countries say, okay, yeah, we're not gonna tariff you, Like it almost, to me, it almost seems like it's going to cancel itself out, which means if it cancels itself out, which we have fair trade on both sides, there's either no tariffs or, okay, Canada charges 100%, we charge them 100%, which cancels it out. Where does that leave room for that revenue to cancel out the Internal Revenue Service?
Because it stays here, because we aren't the ones that are paying it like we've been doing. We've been taking it in the rear because we've been paying huge amounts of tariffs out. We're keeping the money here so people can spend it here.
What if it's equal? Like, say Canada charges us 100%, we charge them 100%, and it cancels it out. How?
It's still better than us paying by the billions and trillions like we've been doing. To have us pay out and it be neutral is far better than us paying out.
I agree with neutral, Tammy. I agree with neutral. What I'm saying is that's not going to create the revenue that is needed to cancel the Internal Revenue Service is what I'm saying.
Maybe with all the companies coming back in and building and business here will help with that as well. Creating more jobs and stuff will help because we've been just shipping everything everywhere else. So I think it's the better path in the long run.
I agree with some of that, Tammy. But again, when they come back to America, it's not going to be like they're going to create 10,000 jobs. I mean, a lot of stuff, I've worked in factories where a lot of stuff's becoming automated. Even in the oil field, when I spent a decade in the oil field, a lot of the stuff when I first started was a manual person going out there and dropping a tape measure down in the tank to measure the tank volume. Before I left, it was all automated. That took that person's job away. A lot of these jobs are become automated where we're not going to need as many people to fulfill those jobs. I mean, I agree that even bringing any manufacturing back to America is good, and there will be some jobs, but it's not going to be hundreds of thousands of jobs like a lot of people think.
Right. And I heard Trump talk about, and other people talk about, how we're going to have more time to do what we want to do. We don't have as many bills to pay, as taxes to pay. It won't be as hard to put dinner on the table, and we have more free time. I don't know about that. I mean, we haven't experienced it, so who knows? Back in the day when we didn't have all these advances in electricity and technology, people worked their butts off from morning till night. And so, I mean, who knows? But I just say anything is better, and maybe we come up with a different way if the tariffs won't do it. I don't know. Maybe other things will, and it's above my head. I don't know.
What do you think, Jeff?
Well, like you take a look at like the tariffs, right? When we got our bill from the tariffs, it was through the carrier. So we actually have to send a check.
Oh, wait a minute. I have to ask you, do you have at least 6 months of experience researching this shit and stuff before you even talk on this stuff? Because I want to make sure that you are well educated and know what the hell you're talking about, Jeff.
Well, no, I actually opened up an envelope and seen the bill.
Okay.
So
you do have some experience.
Yeah, I have some working knowledge.
Okay.
Not textbook knowledge. So when we ordered from a supplier in the UK and we received it second day air from FedEx. So now there are ways around the tariffs. And as long as the shipper is willing to do it, which most of them will not because, well, it's illegal as shit. Let's say I order $1,000 worth of dart flights, and I ask the shipper, "Hey, we're dealing with tariffs, yada yada. Can you fudge that invoice to say $300?" And however they invoice it through the carrier, that's what you get charged tariffs on. So when FedEx sends me a bill, FedEx revenue, they show the tracking number, the value amount of the package, and then what your tariffs are. So what happens if you don't pay that bill? That money doesn't go into the treasury. Now, would the carriers stop carrying products for you to the U.S.? I don't know. But there's always workarounds. Now, you get some of the big importers like Walmart, Target, all these guys. The prices are going to start showing in the stores. I mean, that's how it's going to work. Now, right now with China, we ordered a shipment from a company called QSOL out of China, and Z told me that, hey, wait 2 days. Don't ship this now. Hold off on it for 2 days because everything's going back to normal temporarily. So that right there probably saved us and then the end customer probably a couple $1,000 because there was a moratorium put in. I don't know where this is going. It's a great negotiating tool, but here's the problem. They say, well, this will bring manufacturing back to the United States. Okay, but you have to have competent people to work in these factories. It's sad to say we don't have a lot of competent Americans. All you have to do is roll back last week during all these protests. And, sadly, not all the American people, but a lot of the American people don't want to work.
Well, I will agree, as somebody who's been in construction most of my life, I will agree that the consensus is, even if they brought manufacturing back to America, it would take a long time to build factories, hire people, get product actually on the line, coming off the line. It's not something that's going to happen, in the next 90 days. It's not going to be something that's going to happen in the next 180 days. I mean, to bring a car factory here in America, it would take years to go through. And I agree with some of the people out there with some of the stuff they're putting out. Is you got to go through permitting process. You got to go through the EPA. I mean, you got to go through engineering. You gotta go through the county and the state and all the taxes that could be thrown at your way. I mean, it's not something. I don't want Americans to think that just because Trump says this is going to bring manufacturing back to America, that you're going to see this shit happen overnight in the next 90 days, 180 days. This shit will take years. You won't even see the manufacturing that he's trying to bring back to America until after his term. And it could be long after his term if it even happens. Tammy, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, but my view is it's the long term, and we're in the right direction for generations to come after, because if we keep going the way we're going, we're in no better shape. The kids can't find jobs. It's an ironic thing out there for a long time that kids are out there. There's the employees saying, yeah, we're hiring. They go through the interview process and then they hear nothing. And then you hear, oh, well, we got 300 people applying for that job. The point is they're saying that they need help, but then they're not hiring. So I don't understand what direction.
Well, a lot of them are looking for DEI. I agree with you, John H. Totally agree with you on automation. So let me ask Jeff B this question, but Tammy, this is for you too. And you and I just had a conversation about this either today or yesterday. Jeff B, what do you know about? And John H is in chat with us, so he can chime in too. What do you know about data centers, which I'm worked on, power for those data centers, China, the graph for China building enough power plants, and they're burning coal. They're looking at nuclear to create this AI generation, which we can't get away from it. AI is here to stay. AI is going to continue to grow. But here's my concern. Again, I'm going to go to Jeff and then to Tammy. And I'm in the industry, and I'm looking at this. I'm looking at what people are saying, and this is some crazy shit. China's graph is skyrocketing. They are building the power needed to control data centers, the information war. AI, and John H. again is in the chat, so maybe he can chime in on this too. And I told Tammy this the other day, but America is flatlined. So when we get rid of a coal power plant, we put in fucking windmills or solar panel fields, which is not increasing our power supply when our demand is going up. It's actually going vertical instead of horizontal. Or am I getting that right? Horizontal instead of vertical. Anyway, it's going sideways. And that weakens our power grid. It weakens everything that we're doing right now. And they're saying that if we don't do something drastically here soon, Jeff B., and I'm talking about if we don't do shit within the next 180 days to 24 months, we're in some serious trouble. We are weakened right now with our power grid. They're talking about China using AI against us to wipe out our defense mechanisms, our defense software. And again, John H. can maybe say something about this too. They can take down our power grids. I mean, there's so much shit that could happen to America right now. What are your guys' thoughts on that? I'm going to go to Jeff B. first and then Tammy as I read chat. Did we lose Jeff?
Yeah, I'm still here.
What do you think of that, Jeff?
So, look at where all these components are made. China.
Yeah. That's the other concern as being as an electrician. A lot of our transformers and shit, Jeff, like 40-50% of our transformers are made in China.
Right. And so, if you look at, let's say something as simple as an HVAC system. Could they put back doors into it?
Fuck yeah, they can.
Right, exactly. So, and our politicians have, in the media, has pounded this narrative of all this green energy nonsense.
Nonsense.
Right, it is. So, you look at where China and subsidiaries of the CCP, right, have bought in property in the United States near farms, near power plants, near, military. China could, I believe China could win a war without firing a shot. Look, if people's cell phones or Facebook or TikTok go down for an hour, they're in limbo. They don't know what the hell to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's good. The only my biggest concern is look at our military vessels. Now we build them here, but a lot of the components aren't built here. They ship the stuff into the shipbuilding yards, some of the electronics. I mean, that and I think what that is politicians have sold us out.
Well, I totally believe politicians have all sold us out. Tammy, what are your thoughts on the subject we're covering right now?
I think it's like our water system. People don't realize how valuable it is till it's gone. Even just your power going out through a storm, people lose their minds, not just like the technology, like Jeff was saying, kids in their phones and stuff, they don't know what to do with themselves. But I can't figure out why these so-called intellectual, intelligent people that have created all these electronics, spaceships, jets, everything else that you can think of, haven't thought about our electric system, our grid. We've been hearing about that for a very long time. And I don't know that I can, and I could be wrong, any president that has put that as a main thing, a main issue running for presidency. Nobody ever brings up our power grid. We hear stories here and there. We see power grid going down. Why would we have an ancient power grid yet advance everything else? Because we become helpless if we don't have it. So I'm very concerned about all of that. I really am. And as much as technology and AI is advancing and good can come of it, I don't like AI. I'll come out and say I don't like AI. I think that it is a bad thing. There's so many different things going on with AI about them reprogramming themselves, not allowing them to be shut down. They're overriding the operators. And people say, well, only people program how they program it is how they're going to run. It's not true. They're already thinking for themselves. And it sounds bizarre, but they are. And they won't, there's a kill switch. And this one program wouldn't let the operators kill it. They overrode it and did a backdoor thing, and they were up and running. So yeah, but then that's another thing that we can bring up. If our power grid's a mess and AI runs on power, does that mean AI is not going to work because it's going to override it? So are we worrying for nothing? I don't know. I don't know what to think. I just know that nobody's even brought it to our attention about the power grid.
Yeah,
and I don't know why.
Not a lot of people talk about it. And it's a major concern here in America. It should be a major concern for every American, to be honest with you. Our power grid and what could happen. It wouldn't take much. It would really not take much to cripple this entire country. Jeff, I'm going to go back to you. It's breaking day. It has been breaking day probably for the last 30 minutes over there in the Middle East. We haven't seen any fireworks yet. But, Jeff, if there's anything that you want to put out, anything you want to say, floor's yours.
No, I think right now, probably the military, I know we're moving a lot of assets. We have been.
Do you think the refueler thing, the refueler situation was just coincidental, or do you think we are already made moves?
No, I think we've already made moves.
Yeah.
Now, there is an exercise going on in Finland that we're participating in, but I've never seen that many refuelers take off pretty much simultaneously. And
that was a lot of them. That was
it was. And I had spoke with Monkey, and I'm like, look, what do you think? And he goes, oh, there's something definitely coming. It could be a last minute, we reached a deal type thing. But honestly, I don't think Israel's going to stand for a deal. I don't think their populace is going to stand for a deal. Now, I've seen some suspicious flying activity in Iraq that was really close to the Iranian border that, possibly we could have hypothetically, if you want to find out if Iran has tested a nuke, or, you send in some people to get some soil samples, they exfil. There was something that, whether it was human intelligence, ELINT, whatever it was that triggered these chain of events, something major, especially for Trump to leave the G7.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody knows Trump has an ego. You don't get to be where you're at without having an ego. And I would, when, somebody had texted me that is close to that orbit, said he's leaving, I knew there was something major. And it was either going to be Russia, Ukraine, or Israel and Iran. And when he left and then conducted a National Security Council meeting, and just a few hours ago, the Ayatollah come out and said that they're going to shut down the Straits of Hormuz. Good luck with that. Let me know how that works out for you, because you've tried it before, and you've met the wrath of the U.S. Navy, and it's not good. You go through the Straits of Hormuz, and they track you with Silkworm missiles and all this other nonsense. You go to darkened ship and all that. That's the last thing you want is, naval power to lay some hate.
John H. said he left G7 after our embassy got hit.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, I personally, I think he's had more patience than I thought he would with this.
Oh, me too. And so is Israel. What are your thoughts on China? Like yesterday, calling for all of their Chinese representatives, citizens, and all that stuff to leave Iran.
Right.
And when we saw the video last night, it was nothing but gridlock. And they said leave by any means necessary. Cross the border, get out of that country.
Right.
Like, to me, that was almost a signal like there was going to be something major happening.
Well, look at Trump's post. He told people, you better get the hell out of Iran. You know, and I don't think, yes, Trump is boisterous. Trump likes to say things, but when he has said things like this, something always happens. And the amazing thing, even both sides of the aisle, I think, would have to admit, when Trump has said something, I can't remember one where they've caught him in a lie. I really can't. I mean, he talked about stuff that we thought was crazy as hell 8 years ago. And now it's like, oh, wow, that was true. You know, like the ballots. They stole the election, all this other stuff. And now it's coming out. Now, I think they've known about this. Well, I've known they've known about this for probably three and a half years. All the data was there, all the movements of certain groups of individuals. You know, and you touched on Doge. You know, Doge disappeared. Elon Musk disappeared overnight.
Fucking gone.
Right. So, you know, and I had told you when probably one of the first or second shows you did after Doge was implemented, and they started to find all these erroneous payments. There is no way, and I don't care what supercomputers you use, what AI you use, there is no way that Doge was able to go through all this data, find all this money, link it all back, because you still have to have human eyes on it. So how long has this been in the works that we weren't told about? You know, was there a shadow government being ran for the last 4 years? And when you think about that, you know, think about Trump's tweet where he said all roads lead to Obama. What the hell did you mean by that?
Right. And we have it all. Don't forget, we have it all. That he doesn't just say things on a whimsy. He does what he says, and he says what he does. So I agree that you know, Israel has held back, and you know, I think Trump was the one in the middle, keeping it calm to see if Iran would have the 60 days and use it to negotiate. And when they didn't, he stepped to the side, and that's when all hell broke loose. And I really think it has to be all or nothing. I don't think that we can leave anything standing as far as their leaders or anything. It has to all be taken down. And not we, I should say Israel, because they'll just come back again. It'll come back really fast. They're not going to give up that easy unless everything's decimated. But they seem like they're doing a good job getting the attacks where they want to be. But real quick, I have a question for you, Jeff. I feel like I'm seeing Iran being a lot stronger and having a lot more than I thought they would have, especially when you told me about that Fahar-1 missile thing that was dodging everything Israel was sending at it, and that they didn't even begin to play with them. And then I realized, too, don't forget when Obama left office, he sent Iran, what was it, so many billions of dollars. And do we even know why that was? And is that, you know?
Well, and he unfroze all their assets from Treasury. So they had an influx of all that cash, plus all that oil revenue. You know, you can get experts from China. You can get experts from Russia. Hell, they probably had people on the payroll at General Dynamics or Raytheon, you know, helping them out. So I don't think, just like some of these talking heads on YouTube were saying a year ago that Russia was out of ammunition. You know, Russia's lost this war. Well, fighting. They kept fighting. Well, I thought they were out of the shit. You know, and I know.
Hell, when this all broke loose, Russia hit Ukraine and bombed the shit out of them again. I thought they were out of damn missiles.
Right. And, you know, just 24, 48 hours ago, that when Trump come out and said, hey, I want to give negotiations a last chance. I want to negotiate with you guys. Well, one of these mid to big channels, the kid was having a meltdown. Hell, he even called Trump a damn Iranian sympathizer. but now that you're starting to see, you know, movement, now all of a sudden, you know, Trump's a good guy again. You know, there's, I couldn't imagine being in that position to where you know that you can't allow a Islamic regime to have a weapons of mass destruction and have to make that call. Because because like I said, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't.
Yep.
Well,
Tammy,
he gave him
I'm
plenty
gonna
of
let you
time.
drive the bus here, Tammy.
I was going to say he gave him plenty of warning, and I think that's why, because we know
He's been more than fair, Tammy.
Yes, over 60 days, and people know he's no BSer. He does what he says what he does. He's warned people to get out. How much more does the president have to do for people to say, okay, go ahead and go and do what you got to do to take care of this? He's done everything to try to appease everybody and make the peace. And that's why I say it just needs to be wiped out. And I hate war as much as anybody else. But the reality is they're going to keep coming at us. And my concern is I think there's sleeper cells here. And I think they're just waiting for the heads up to say, okay, go ahead and go, take off. I don't think they've given them the go button yet. And I don't know what that's going to be or when it's going to be. But it's just kind of terrifying to me. So it's just like, I think we want it over with. We've been watching this stuff go on with Iran on and off for years and years, and it just never is peaceful. So how do you make it peaceful? You just get new leadership and you try to, you know, have people not be so radical. If you start seeing radicals, then you got to take them out or send them off to prison, whatever you need to do. You can't be talking with people. They don't want to talk. They just want to kill.
Right. Well, and I think too, I think what you're going to see is if the United States, and I'll say if, I just think it's when the United States participates against Iran, you're probably going to see Jabari in front of the United Nations.
Whining and crying.
And that's going to be the trigger.
Yeah.
And, or, you know, there'll be some message on IRNN to activate, you know, and people think it's so Hollywood. Yes, it does seem Hollywood, but this is how these people operate. You know, they, like I said before, they play the long game.
Mm-hmm.
They'll take 10, 15, 20 years. I mean, hell, look at bin Laden. You know, he was a CIA asset for a long time. And, you know, the Saudis kept him under control for the longest time. But I think at the end of the day, he was a useful idiot and a puppet for our government.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think once, now, if I put my large tinfoil hat on, possibly how these events might turn out, we aid in hitting Iran. Then something happens within this country, and you know there'll be media outlets that won't cover it or that'll do their political spin on it, and then you may, you know, see the president issue from the PIOC a message to all cell phones, all TVs, because I still think that's in play. I mean, there's so many things that are lining up that, you know, 6-7 years ago, I said on this show, there's going to be a constitutional crisis. There's got, if this plays out the way I think it's going to play out, there's going to have to be a constitutional crisis. Will it be the auto pen? Possibly. Would it be the 2020? That's a big possibility now with
Lots
cash.
of possibilities.
Right.
All of it at once.
Right.
The border.
Right. I mean, there's so many things that, you know, the big fictitious letter has said that it's lining up, and all you have to do is go through and read certain things, and it's like, you know, a clock's right twice a day, but this Joker's been right quite a lot.
True that. Well, since there's not anything happening now, I think that if you want, we can like end this. But before we do final thoughts, I don't want to like boss everybody, but it's been 4 hours now. And, you know, we should have energy just in case anything pops off tomorrow or the next day or whatever. But I do have the Mike Huckabee kind of the homage he did to President Trump that I'd like to read again. I read it at the beginning of the show, but I'd like to read it again, and then we could do final thoughts if that's okay with you guys.
Absolutely, Tammy.
Okay, good. So Mike Huckabee put this out to President Trump, and he says, Mr. President, God spared you in Butler, Pennsylvania, to be the most consequential president in a century, maybe ever. The decisions are on your shoulders I would not want to be made by anyone else. You have many voices speaking to you, sir, but there is only one voice that matters, his voice. I am your appointed servant in this land and am available for you, but I do not try to get in your presence often because I trust your instincts. No president in my lifetime has ever been in this position like yours, not since Truman in 1945. I don't reach out to persuade you, only to encourage you. I believe you will hear from heaven, and that voice is far more important than mine or anyone else's. You sent me to Israel to be your eyes, ears, voice, and to make sure our flag flies above our embassy. My job is to be the last one to leave. I will not abandon this post. Our flag will not come down. You did not seek this moment. This moment sought you. It is my honor to serve you. Mike Huckabee. And I thought that was pretty beautiful and amazing. Just to take a moment to pause and reflect on that, I think is really cool, because there is so much nastiness and ugliness out there. There's so much uncertainty. And it was just really a cool statement I thought he made.
Thanks for sharing that, Tammy.
So I'm going to start with final thought, and then I'm directing the bus now since I started the bus. So final thought.
Is it a short or a long bus?
I think
Tammy is always the short bus.
I knew it. I knew it. It is. It's the short, fun bus. We know how to rock. We know how to have fun. So, Jeff, what is your final thought about tonight and what's going on?
So, you know, I do think that was pretty much heartfelt from Mike Huckabee, especially with the history between Mike Huckabee and you know, Trump during the campaign and that. But there's one thing that, you know, I want to tell people that, everyone knows something is wrong. Everyone knows something is going to pop off. And when I was talking with the big chair today, you know, I basically asked him how he was doing, because I hadn't heard from him in a couple days, and the job he's in is extremely stressful. And, you know, I said, hey, you know, just make sure that you're talking to somebody, you know, because they have people in place for, you know, the executive parts of these departments. And you know, he told me today, he goes, it's easier than dodging bullets, and it's a hell of a lot more fun than chasing money, you know, counterfeiting that. He goes, there's only one thing that would make my job easier. And I said, what's that? And he goes, if I could get the damn guy to take my advice, referring to Trump. And I think he's starting to see, you know, that there are certain people in that administration that one, just the office itself, but really have that guy's best interest at heart. And I think this week is going to be very, very bumpy because 2 or 3 days ago, Iran said the 17th.
Oh.
It's kind of funny. And
Yeah.
then, then they said Thursday and Friday is going to be a big show.
Yeah.
And I think that big show is going to be us. And we'll have to see how it plays out. But I think we're into some dicey times.
Okay. Well, thanks, Jeff. Like I said, as always, and for keeping us informed and sharing with us. We really do appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and give my final thought, and then I'm going to let LW drive the bus or pull it in the driveway and shut it down.
Alrighty.
All right. Thanks, Jeff. All right. So my final thought is I'm just going to stay prayed up and hopeful. I really do have faith in Trump and his people, and our military is not like any other. So God forbid, should they have to go in, I think that he'll make sure that they're in and out as quick as possible. He's going to hit them hard, just like he said he would. Enough warnings, time's up, and let's just stay prayed up. And that's my final thought.
Thanks, Tammy. My final thought is going to be short, sweet. We're in this together. My faith is in God. I know that Trump has been placed for a reason, and only by God's hand. What we've seen happen in the last year, 4 years, 5 years, 8 years, it's only by the grace of God that we're headed in the direction that we're headed in today. And so my faith is in God. Thank you guys for joining us this evening. Thank you for those coffees that were bought earlier. Really appreciate that. And thank you, Tammy, for taking the challenge I gave her tonight when I said, hey, I think we should go live. It was last minute Larry.
He was.
And we made shit happen.
We
and
did.
So I really
hours.
do appreciate that.
You're
Tammy.
welcome. Thanks for putting me up for another challenge.
Very, very appreciated. And we'll see what tomorrow brings.
Yeah.
So stay tuned. Hit that like button if you haven't hit the like button tonight. Subscribe. Share us out. We'll be back here real soon. Maybe sometime tomorrow morning, maybe sometime tomorrow afternoon or evening. Just kind of depends on what our schedules look like. But thank you so much for always supporting us. We have so many great people, our mods, Chase and Carlene and the rest of them that mod for us, Michelle C. and all the great people who follow us and are always there. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. But that's my final thought, Tammy.
Okay. Well, I guess it's time to park the bus and shut her off.
Well, I can just hit the kill switch anytime you want.
I thought you were gonna.
I can. All right.
You do it.
Thank you guys. Have a good night.
Bye.